Okay, am I live? I am. Nice. Alright, welcome back to an At the Ends of Eras video game stream. Oh wait, I had the wrong image. Oh well. Okay. The big new development in my terrain editor since the last time you've seen it is I did implement painting. So I had started on it last time. But yeah, now we have the ability to paint height maps. So if I go to my terrain stamp here, and then if we... So here's our little terrain stamp. I think we got this preview square in last time. Pretty useful. But now we have this new thing. So we can paint. And so by default, we're painting this low opacity yellow. Basically, this means... If I come into here... Oh yeah, the thing here is kind of hokey. Because I don't have the ability to just read the depth texture directly, I have to manually specify the distance from the camera we are. And so that means this is going to be one of the things that I want to fix today. The other is that black flickering. But okay, if I click here, so you can see the flickering, but then, well, it was supposed to work. Why is it not working, though? That's the issue now. Because it was working yesterday. No, not yesterday. The last time I worked on it. Huh. I think what I can do is if I redraw now, we see what I painted. So unfortunately, something strange happened now. Yeah, because it wasn't doing that weird corruption thing last time. Hang on, let's go to my terrain renderer. I think part of it is because we're not... So I might fix the flickering now and see if that fixes this little issue. Basically, our main issue is when we render... When we go to the height map here, we actually need to have these things happen in the... whatever it is. I'm trying to remember what it is. We need to have it in the rendering device thread. That's what I mean. Okay. So basically, I'm going to have these recompute things do rendering device dot call on... No, isn't it on render thread? Render thread. Call on render thread. Yeah, rendering server. Okay, that's what it is. Rendering server. Call on render thread. Thread recompute all. Let's just have this right now. So I'm going to see if this works. Rendering server. Call on render thread. Render, no, thread, recompute, height map. Because yeah, I saw this in somebody else's code for rendering to a texture, and then using that texture in a shader. Because that's where I believe the height map, or like that's what's causing the issue with the black flickering. And it might be what's causing the issue with the height map breaking that we saw right there. So if we do that... Okay, because now it's back to normal-ish. Yeah, and we can see that it paints all nice. There are some... So let's actually make this a bit higher. Actually, how is this not... Because yellow should be like maximum height, maximum opacity. Oh, but this is going down, right? Because this is only, yeah, because this has no height. So if we did like 100, negative 100, now we can see what it's actually doing there. And so one of the things I also want to do is adjust the way that this height map works. Because right now, it's kind of complicated to do things like just add and remove terrain, smooth it, flatten it, stuff like that. But yeah, so you can see here, we still have this black flickering. And I believe that's because we aren't doing things in separate, or in the thread with the rendering server. So if we did this, and then we just test it now, that didn't fix it. But yeah, and another thing, so we have these lines here. These are basically every line segment that I've added to this thing, because it just renders them one at a time on top of this texture. And so what I can do with the stamp is then save the stamp, and that just removes all of these line segments here, and just encodes this as a file. And so now this is a file that I could read from elsewhere. It looks bad, so we're not going to use that, obviously, but let's see. We could put it back to what it was. But yeah, so there are several things on the agenda today. The big one is I want the terrain height map to not flicker, because that gives me a headache. I do like... I'm glad that we have this preview here. This is actually quite helpful. I want the mountain. And yeah, and then the next... Actually, let's get my to-do list out, and I'm going to have daily agenda. NP terrain, yeah. Today's goals. Fix the flickering. And then... probably improve the painting. Because the other thing that I have issues with, if we go to this noise, for example, and we did just some painting here. Actually, it's probably going to be quite difficult to see on this. But at least we can, like... Yeah. Another step would be to undo and redo stuff there. Yeah, if we then redraw there. Let's go to our mountain. Why do I call this this? Just call it mountain. I can't read that many words. Yeah, so you can see here I've played a lot with it. But one of the issues is... Whoops. Remove all of those. Yeah, there's still some improvements to the workflow here, but... it should be fine. Okay, so I want lower opacity, I guess. And then probably, like, more yellow. This is really weird. What if we lower this opacity even further? There we go. Okay. So yeah, one of the issues is you can see all of these weird, like, scallop marks. That's because... So if we play with this fall off a little bit... Oh, wait, no. We should play with the fall off the other direction. Yeah, we can see that it gets really bad at handling transparency and, like, mixing here. Because it's basically treating each of these line segments as totally independent. So, like, you know, it drew this circle and this circle, but they added on top of each other. So you get these really weird marks there. So if we go to something like Krita, that does not have this issue with painting. And so I'm going to try to figure out, ideally, I would really like it to be that I can still draw the line segments without them having any awareness of each other. And it's just the math works out such that they, like, are seamless. You know, so that maybe there's some sort of more aggressive fall off at the edges, like around the borders of the line segment. In fact, I think I know how I could do that. But basically, if we go to, like, if we just go into here, and then if we just get any old paint, or like a soft brush like this, what you'll notice is this color is the same all around. It's completely even. And so that's what we want for our terrain as well. We want it to be smooth. In fact, I'm going to... If we merge this down, we can get better results. And then if we lower the threshold. Yeah, but you can basically see what I want. Which is smooth lines. And so I could look into Krita's algorithms, but I don't know where that would be, and that'd be kind of a big project to look into it. Because the most I've done with Krita is I learned how they compute. Actually, did I even learn HSI? Like, basically, I wanted to figure out how they go from hue, saturation, and value to RGB. And I think I did that eventually. I think I eventually found out how they do that and where they do that. But it was quite complicated. And then we can disable painting again, so that way I can move this around. Because otherwise, you can't actually, like, use the mouse controls. Which is annoying, but I don't care that much. But okay. And also, when you paint on something, the save files automatically saves the stamps as well. But yeah, I am glad that it's still pretty fast. And it also makes sure that it only does that if there are actually lines here. But yeah, so I think that's our other big thing. And then the third big thing is depth-based, or like accurate brush placement. Because yeah, I do not like that the brush is like some weird depth-based, like, I have to like specify the length, and if I scroll out like this, then I'm painting in a different location and I have to move this, and it's like, this isn't good. I need to figure out how to get the depth on the CPU, and I think what I might have to do is just actually do a raycast as a GPU shader to figure out where the height map is, or like where the closest point that we intersect with it is, which, that'll be fine, probably. Because, yeah, we can do that. But, oh yeah, did we actually... Hang on, I need to double check. No, we did not fix the flickering. So I think my next step is instead of... So yeah, we have this thread recompute. That's correct. But then, if we come into here with our height map, when we do terrain renderer, new rendering server, so instead of doing this... either that or, and I believe it's just rendering server dot get current rendering device, or like, oh no, it's get rendering device. Yeah, like that. So yeah, because with the GPU example that I saw, they were using the current rendering device instead of a local rendering device that was separate. And I think I do have some things that assume that these are separate, but I think they'll still work. Basically, we have the concept of the shared textures. But all this does is it creates a texture, and then it creates a copy of that texture. So it basically just creates this on the main device. And then it creates this here on the separate device, reading from that main texture. But I think this will work perfectly fine in our example because they're the same. I don't think there's any reason that should be broken. But there might be. I don't know. I don't know a lot about GPU shaders, or like, you know, compute shaders. But if we move this now, there we go. Okay. Only local devices can submit and sync. So now we actually need submit. And actually, I'm going to have, so we have GPU here. I'm going to have bar main device, rendering device. And what we can do then is we can just not do the submit and sync there. And so rendering device texture, blah. So main RD. We don't need this anymore. And what we're going to do instead is when we create this bad boy, we're just going to also create that main GPU. Rendering server dot get rendering device. And then And we're going to have submit. So now what we do is if GPU not equal to main device, and then if GPU not equal to main device, and we still need these submitted flags because these basically limit me to only doing certain operations once per frame. I think that'll work. Oh, not quite. Oh, because now we delete the GPU shader. Hang on. I actually had this exact same bug when I was trying this last time, because I had basically correctly deduced that you need to use the main rendering device to, rather than a separate local device in order to get the textures to not flicker. But I didn't know about the threading, so I tried it, it failed, and then I was like, well, I'll just close it now. And then it crashed the game because I just, disabled the main rendering device. But okay, if we go back to NP terrain here, basically rendering, so somewhere in here, let's go to terrain renderer. GPU dot, no, I think this will be exit tree or clear. Destroy. GPU.free. This is only if GPU is not equal to main device. There we go. Otherwise, we just all do all that other freeing stuff. And actually, we should have this probably done on the rendering thread as well now. I can just do that. Rendering server call on render thread free buffers. And free shaders. Okay, I'm glad that this actually worked, because I was actually very tempted to just straight up recreate this whole project in Vulkan, which would take a year to render one triangle. Hang on, there's a dog barking. Alright, set element on base nil. Oh yeah, and there's some crap with this is also a thing I have to figure out. I have to enable and disable, or disable and re-enable it. And then we can come in here, and then it works just fine. Kind of, yeah. There we go. But now if we move this whole mountain, now it's not even fucking garbage. Look at that. Amazing. Well, it kind of is. You can see that it's still doing a little bit of flickering at the beginning and ends there, I think. But actually, I mean, this is working pretty well. Come on. Okay, that's pretty cool. Now it feels a lot more like it's actually a thing that I'd want to... Oh, wait, hang on. So sometimes it doesn't work. I'll say we fixed most of it. So flickering while moving. Still a bit of flickering. Okay. But okay. So we do see, for example, that flickers there. So I think that must be, what would that be, actually? So if we go back to here, and then we do render on, or call on render thread. Is there anything that we should be doing that we're not doing? Oh, render line. Okay, so online drawn will not do this. So hang on. Actually, would that fuck things up if we Oh wait, actually, that wouldn't fuck things up. I don't think. if we go to like the big mountain again, and if we paint it, what's our painting at? That should be fine. Okay, that is causing issues. Okay, so I think we need to not have call on render thread. Basically what I'm going to do is I'm going to remove that from here, and I'm going to put that in the renderer directly. So yeah, all of this stuff here. Renderer, render whole. So yeah, basically, we need a lot of stuff here. Check size, GPU shared buffer, create. I think that's okay to have here. And we'd basically just have like a thread call begin dot bind output resolution. And this is going to be a function. Actually, let's call it something like this, maybe. Just callable if GPU equals main device rendering server dot call on render thread C else C dot call. Okay. All right, so we're going to have to do a lot of this. Okay, and then end would also call end function and all right. This will be a lot of work. But okay, I think, I'm trying to think, what of this is the actual public rendering device? Or like, what here is called directly by us? Get results, get holds, get collider data. I think all of this is okay in the main thread. Yeah, anything where we return a value, we'll have to get that directly. And here we can actually do main device. Shared device, local shader, reset image mix. Admittedly, I think I could kind of have done this more. I don't care. I think this will be the correct way to do it. Yeah. Okay. Basically, go back to all of our other stuff. Wait, what did it just... Where did it just put me? There we go. Okay. Godot will be helpful in pointing out to me which of these needs to still be done. Okay. Call, start lines, bind, E. And hopefully these are all in the correct order as well. I think they will be. Okay. This admittedly means we're sending a bunch of crap over to the GPU. Or, you know. Yeah, sending a bunch of crap over to using some sort of queue to this thread. But for now, let's see. Double check that this works. The height map, for some reason, is now not getting sent over, which is strange. Okay, so we've made it worse. So what isn't being sent over? Because, yeah, I think the crap that I just did has made it worse. Where's my command shell? Hang on. Did I not actually save this to... Oh, that's going to be very unfortunate, actually. I didn't save any of this, to my height. Yeah, I didn't save any of this. Okay. So what I'm going to do is git commit m trying to fix threading issues. Jesus fucking Christ. Git add dot semicolon there. So I need to actually undo all of my stuff here with the like calls and etc. So yeah, put this back to where it was, because I think that is a good start. And then anytime we call the renderer otherwise, like here, we should do like a rendering server call on render thread compute or thread draw line find stamp line, and this will be thread line and then similar thing here. Line bind stamp. Oh wait. And then saving elements, render sync, render end. Yeah, those should be fine. Okay. That should be okay. And then now we just remove all of this stuff from here. So I think we just hold Control Z until we stop seeing the function, or until we get up to like the definition of the function call. There we go. Okay. And then we remove thread call. Anything else that's going on here? No, okay. I think that's fine. Get status. Diff. Let's just say simplifying changes. Actually, I want this still to be called. So if we go get texture here, this should still be main device. There we are. Okay. And so we close this again, come back into here, figure this out. Okay. So it does work like this most of the time. Except, I believe... Oh, wait, no. Now that we have this threaded. But you can see as I get closer... So if I... Weird. Okay. It seems like at certain angles, it causes flickering. Which seems to be... You know, I imagine that'd be some sort of like GPU-specific thing of like, you know, it's optimizing by not having the texture... or in VRAM at all times if it's not being used by a shader. I don't know how it would do that, but that seems like a thing it could do. But okay, and then it's also interesting to me that the some of these things are one frame behind. Like you can see that the holes are either ahead or behind. I think they're actually ahead of the terrain, which is interesting. But okay, the big test now is to see if the painting actually works now. Holy shit, it does not work, even slightly. So this has somehow gotten, like, way worse, even, than it was. Which, to me, I would suspect is some sort of... So if we go, like, call on render thread, appreciate free buffers, that's not quite what we need. Actually, call on... I'm going to remove call on render thread from the actual renderer, even though this is exactly the place where you'd want this logic. I'm going to put it back on here. So basically, whenever we do destroy, we're going to do call on rendering server, call on render thread, renderer, destroy. And I think here... And what if we just have this actually be called on the main thread? So we're just going to do render thread, hold on server thread, destroy renderer, thread, destroy renderer. Thank you, Godot. Okay. So anytime we call something with the renderer, and that also includes these like subcomputes, we should be calling it through one of these like height map function or like thread functions. Thread compute height map, thread compute holes, subcompute lines, height holes. Okay. I want the music slightly higher. Okay. So it's specifically the lines. And I think it could be because... Why would this be because? So yeah, if we just fiddle with this some more. So yeah, because we can see here, anytime the height map is so the height map is not being read properly. Is that because we're now doing our, like, update materials? You know, this should probably be actually sync here. Okay, I think this should all be in the, yeah. Renderer, or rendering server, call on render thread, red sync. Actually, wait. Don't we call sync from all of our things? Compute. Complete. Ah, but we call it on the deferred thread. Or, okay. So we do need to have this actually be the thing here. Yeah, this, I think, rendering server, call on render thread, thread compute complete. Okay, and then that does not exist because now sync is just called by the thread complete thing. And then if not engine is editor hint, we save there. Okay. And actually we should probably call this call deferred because that is actually, okay. Oh wait, this isn't what I needed, but it will be vaguely helpful, I think. Nah, it doesn't look right. Doesn't look right from there. Come back into here. So this is still not correct, actually. Hang on. Wait. Okay, so did it get into a bad state somehow? You know, because of the things that we've done. So if we redraw this, so it's fiddly and faddly there. That's concerning. Okay, so now the normal maps. So the normal maps are still up to date properly. Weird. Wait, hang on. It only works when I move the whole group. It doesn't work when I move an individual height map. Okay, that tells me a lot, actually, because I think what's happening there is if we go to the so basically redraw requested, this is called every time every thread moves, but that's if compute start and not heightmap.heightmap rendering. So we should actually have, let's do if not renderer.heightmap rendering. And we should probably have compute start here as well. Yeah, I think actually this should be... Okay. I see how to do this. Basically, this is called in this thread. Because compute start actually just resizes things that aren't there, I think. Thread draw line. Okay, and that just renders the line recompute height map. And that does that, which actually I'm seeing now is not correct because this needs to be thread recompute height map. And it also needs to be done, it needs to do this. So basically, if not renderer height map rendering stuff there. And then thread render lines needs to do a similar thing. Yeah, because that needs to have... This needs to do thread render line. Oh, wait, no. Because we still need to start lines here. Wait, no. Okay, this is correct. Okay, yeah, because this doesn't call any threaded function. Subcompute height. Okay, yeah, and then the rest of this seems okay. So if not renderer or renderer submitted, return false, resize images. Resize images just does this. It does not actually change anything on the GPU. It just changes these images themselves. So compute start should never be done in the threaded function like this. It should be done here, like that. So yeah, we can check for compute start as well now, which isn't actually in that many places. It's only 3. Okay. And then, yeah, I think the tricky one will be the actual, the lines here. Because I thought perhaps... So we still have the fundamental issue here. So why would the height map be rendered, or why would the normal map be mostly correct, but the height map just doesn't exist at all? It's just like flat. Kind of. Actually, wait, hang on. Now I'm extra confused, because if we look at this, part of the height map exists. The river exists because the rest of this hasn't been put to the height map yet, I guess. Okay. So if I move this pillar here, I thought that would mean the mountains were still here, but it doesn't. If I move the hole, everything else should be here, except the hole isn't even rendering. We're close. Because, yeah, we can get... There's some combination of calls and, like, synchronization that is correct here. And I believe it's whatever it is, it has to do with the fact that we are moving multiple things. So that potentially means we're calling it multiple times. Or that means... as I said, it seems like it gets everything correctly rendered until the object we're moving. So because it's going in order from top to bottom, this river goes first and then these and that. So the height map is out of date. That would make sense, actually. Basically, the normal map is correctly getting all of the data that we need. But the height map itself that the GPU reads is then old. Update materials, and that's because this needs to be deferred, maybe? Maybe like that? Would this even work properly? Huh. Okay, so update materials isn't necessary here. And that makes sense, because it's not really the main issue. No, but I think I should... No, but I think the big thing is... Hang on, if we move this group up, what happens? So basically, if this is here, now, okay, good. That does mean the rivers go away. But we are also seeing that the mountain appears now. Okay, so it's not actually like the order in which... Or the order matters, but not in the way that I thought. it seems to be rendering some number of jobs, and then the texture just loads the result of that intermediate result, and then the computation continues, and the normal map gets the rest of it. And presumably, things where it's completely black like this is where the normal map has not been retrieved properly. Because yeah, we can see here, despite the fact that the river still has the normals, it's completely flat. Because you can see that the green outline doesn't change at all to match the height here. But okay. How do we synchronize this then? Because we should just be calling... Oh, I think it's because we're calling both recompute height map and recompute holes separately? Thread recompute all, and actually I kind of would prefer to have these two as a thing here. And then we can do dot bind, get elements, get inverse transform. And that'll be elements, inverse transform 3D. Don't need that. Basically trying to reduce as much work as possible on the compute thread, though I don't think that's actually going to be our main thing. But I basically want to isolate, like, what is happening on the render thread now. It should be everything that starts with thread. But of course, there are things that are called... Compute start, subcompute lines, subcompute height, holes. I think this compute complete. Oh wait, no, I already said that that's, yeah. That happens, like, later in the same thread. If not renderer.submitted, renderer.submit sync. I think what I can do is I can just print debug. Submitting. And I'm also going to have a few things here of like print debug, thread, recompute holes. I'm going to like grab a few things and then move them and then like undo the movement to see how that looks. So thread recompute holes. Where's thread recompute height map? Probably right here. And so we'll have a bunch of noise. Don't need any of that right now because I just need one operation. Okay, so that called recompute height map once. It didn't call recompute holes, which is kind of strange because the hole... Oh, wait, no, the hole didn't move. Okay. So yeah, this was the one that was causing issues where we move just one thing. But when we move multiple things, it works fantastically. And so... what if we just run recompute all instead of, like... So we have recompute height map. Thread draw line, add element, compute height map, compute height map. What if we just did recompute all for all of these? Yeah, actually, what if just t dot redraw requested dot is connected, recompute all. We'll have function old add elements t and p terrain elements. So if not that, connect recompute all. And then function remove element. All right, and we'll call this old remove element. Okay, there we go. So yeah, simpler thing here. And actually, wait, hang on. Are there any... Oh yeah, we also need to have if... We still need to have this here. If t is np terrain stamp. Okay. And then we actually need this as well for the... We need this for both the old and new remove element, actually. So we need elif t is np terrain stamp. We need to disconnect here. And actually, removing element, disconnect there. Okay. Oh, wait, no. That's literally what we have there. Okay. So yeah, we needed that for both of these. But now if we come back into here, it should behave the same or very similarly. Almost, except for the fact that now recompute all isn't working. Thread recompute all, bind, get elements, get inverse transform. Okay, so now we have a different issue. Actually, wait, no we don't. It's because this doesn't have anything here. So if we just did function, or like print, and we don't actually need it to be a debug print, so... Because we just need to see it actually operating. But okay. Sorry, why isn't this working? Add elements. Oh, wait, no. This is correct. Yeah. If not, t redraw requested recompute all. So this should be running. Print debug. Connecting. Okay, that works. So now it seems to be... Oh, wait, hang on. Okay, so now at least it does that. But we still have fundamentally the same issue. So for whatever reason, calling it for both of them separately is better. Okay, so we don't need that anymore. So we're going to go... Well, we can keep that there. So now we're going to swap these again. Old, add element. Old, remove element. Okay. Don't need that. Okay. Oh yeah, and because we moved this up to the top, now if we moved this... Okay. We can see there's kind of a certain order to these things. Because some of them are black, some of them are flat, and some of them render appropriately. The thing that's moving is often... Wait, hang on. Are we submitting twice? Okay, so one thing we're doing is we're submitting twice per frame. We're submitting twice per movement. So you can see here we do a bunch of these, which we're not supposed to do, first of all. But also... Okay. Thread render lines. So, okay. When we start our begin height map, all this stuff, okay. I think I see where I can fix this. And that's basically, well, hang on. I'm trying to figure out how best to call this. So basically, like, to minimize the number of calls that we have, I think it's going to be the submit function here would actually, like, so all of our operations should actually build a queue of function calls. And then we submit them here, or we just call them one after the other and then call gpu.submit. And so basically we have to have like a separate render list for our own things. Okay. I think I see how it's going to work. So everything we do here where we call on render thread, we're just going to delete all of these. How am I going to do that in a way that makes sense? Home. And does this work? I think that'll work. Oh yeah, and then we need to have this, it'll go back to doing var elements equals get elements, var inverse transform equals inverse transform, or get inverse transform. Okay, so we're basically back to square one. Oh, wait, but we haven't really, like, saved it all. Wait, actually, now I'm kind of confused. It seems like it just worked. Wait, am I stupid? No, wait, no. We haven't actually fixed... Yeah, okay. So... Wait, now I'm actually confused, because I just removed all of the rendering thread stuff, so I think that none of that even mattered. Yeah, because we don't do anything with render thread at all now. Also, I'm standing today because I needed to clean my chair, and so it's wet still. Or, like, damp, because basically I just spritz it with vinegar. So I have to do, like, stretches every now and then, because I've been standing for now an hour. But okay, so I guess I'm just gonna commit this again. Back to square one. Because it almost works. It almost works. Wait, what? Hang on. Oh, it's not even... Hang on. I think I'm going insane. Because this isn't the script that's running. This isn't the script that's attached here. Oh, no, okay, it is. Okay, good. So that still makes sense. Except for the fact that it's submitting twice, which doesn't make sense. Yeah, because if we press undo... Well, okay, now my real confusion is the fact that it didn't submit at all there. So it submitted... So now it runs twice. But if we did like this, and then press Ctrl-Z... So that submits, that runs once, submits once. And that doesn't look right. This runs twice, submits twice. Which also feels impossible. But what we can do here is... Oh yeah, we also need to have these not call deferred now. So these are call deferred, these complete computes. And yeah, now we don't need these as much, but... So what's weird to me... Oh, okay, that makes sense. So yeah, if we come back into here, redraw. So it's out of date for a while. That could be something with basically Godot, like as a performance thing, the editor doesn't update unless something has actually changed or it thinks something has changed. And so this would basically mean this is what the frame looks like for one frame, I believe. And then that is what the frame looks like the next frame when the black disappears, because that's when the editor's like, oh wait, something has changed probably. Or maybe it just periodically re-renders or something like that. Also, I should probably just have it so that there's a signal to just recompute all, like, right up here whenever you're editing a terrain element. Because it is kind of annoying to have to constantly come back to here and press the save files and redraw button. Yeah, fuck it, I'll do that. Basically, we'll just go to element widget. Do I want to do that now? Yeah, fuck it. Might as well put it in here. So yeah, because we can have our actions, and we can just have like a redraw all or something like that. Okay. Active element. So active element should now also have I think what I need to do is the terrain group should actually be a thing that extends element. And element Because, yeah, we have holes, we have stamps. We actually need groups here as well. Which should be... Yeah, put that in here as well. Maybe an element extends an NP terrain group? And then that does that. Okay, that seems fair. And so that basically means if we go to the plugin, we don't need to check if it is a group or this. We can just check if it's a group, because elements are groups with one. Terrain group.gd. Oh, right. Wait. Close all those. That should be fine. Yeah, okay, that's good. Okay, so now what we can do is, in the stamp, no, in the element widget, do I want this to be, okay, that'll be fine. So the terrain group should now have, like, the ability to get our parent. So we're going to do, like, function get height map, np height map, so we can do while p and not p is height map. Actually, what we can do is while p if p is np terrain height or np height map, return p, else we do that, return null. And then var p equals get height map. There we are. Oh wait, no, and this should be actually in the group itself. Okay, there we are. And so now what we can do is, yeah, the element widget doesn't actually care if this is an NP terrain group. So active element there, NP terrain stamp, NP terrain hole. If active element is NP terrain element, we do that. Terrain group, I'd say. And so this should just kind of work right away. Oh wait, no, it's not going to, because we also need to have, if we go to set elements. So this is now an NP terrain group. So else this menu dot set. So what I need here is element widget. I mean, this isn't my main objective today, so I kind of shouldn't do this, but oh well. What I want to do is basically set the items. Get... Hang on, how do we edit, for example, this? Pop-up item 0 disabled. Item 0 disabled equals active element is not np terrain element. Okay. And then when we go back to the plugin here, the terrain element. So we're going to do this as np terrain group. Okay. And also editing should not be enabled for these as well. So it's going to be edit menu, which actually editing dot disabled. So it'll be like var is lm equals this. So this should be, one of these should be a check button. Edit button. Oh, edit menu here. Oh, I see, because that's also a toggle button. Okay, and then we're going to do on edit toggled false. Or edit menu dot disabled equals is lm and edit button pressed. Okay. That all seems good. Though actually this should be on edit toggled. There we are. Okay. So that should basically mean that when we click this, we get that. When we click this, it disables both of these. They're both set to false, but then when we click this again, we're here, there, everywhere. Beautiful. So this should not have actually been enabled. That's interesting, though. Yeah, because the terrain group should not have that enabled. Disabled equals... Oh, that's because this needs to be... So edit... No, on edit toggled is lm and... Huh... Disabled equals not v. Oh wait, because this needs to be not is lm. There we go. Okay, so now we have this. And then we have terrain group here, which is still flipped, actually, I just realized. Okay, so this button is disabled. Oh, because I set this wrong. Okay, because I kept flipping things around. So now they work correctly. And we have these here. And then when we go here, there is no save stamp, but there is a redraw all. And then when we come into here, we can then do an action here of redraw all. And that's going to be action dot redraw all if active element dot get height map if h dot redraw recompute all, else push error or push warning no height map, a parent of this object. Okay, so that should now mean that if I, for example, fiddled with this in a way that was like confusing or weird. And so, yeah, for some reason, I'm still really confused as to why editing multiple of these works well. Like, this is perfect, and then it's a horrible nightmare when we do this, and then it's probably even worse when we actually paint. Yeah, it's still terrible when we do that. But at the very least, we can now... Let's actually just set that to 0. So now we can just do this, redraw all. I don't have to, like, go back to the parenting thing. And then we should probably have the ability to just save here as well. Save all, or like, yeah, save. And we'll just have the exact same thing here. Action, save all. We kind of need, like, the exact same logic here, except for this is now going to be save. And that should... Okay, yeah, that saves everything there. And then we just come back into our element widget, add another action. And this will just be save all. And now we should be able to... Oh, wait. We probably have to close this and then reopen it. Such is the tragedy. And that should do everything we needed to do. But yeah, okay, now my next step is really to figure out how to get all of this stuff rendering in the correct order. But okay, we should be able to terrain group. Oh. Maybe... Oh, maybe it's because... Oh, I know. Because the terrain element is loaded at startup. So we should be able to do redraw all, save all. And then that'll take a little bit. Okay, I like that. Because that means that now we don't have to do a bunch of crazy stuff with that. Oh wait, hang on. I just realized this is supposed to have... Oh wait, no, okay, it does. It just looks disabled because it looks almost the same as that. But that's not bad. So that means our main struggle then is still the stuff that I haven't actually fixed. Our flickering still. So yeah, flickering when we're moving in specific circumstances. So if we move an object, some height map stamps, or if we move a terrain stamp, so some height maps are rendered. The normals are rendered. Some height maps are black. Some are flat. It's order sensitive. And only applies, and doesn't happen when we move a whole group. Or, I'm suspecting, what if we move the river and this pillar? Okay, that is good to know. So because recompute height map is doing something, so is it... So what if we moved multiple pillars? So if we move multiple pillars, it doesn't work. What if we moved one hole and one mountain, though? So that doesn't work either. But for some reason, this group works. Oh, wait, hang on. Why are we in paint mode? When we're in this, painting. Oh, wait, no. Element widget. How do we check when we're painting? That should be in here, right? Isn't there like a forward 3D GUI input if in mouse paint or not element widget editing? Okay. Element widget editing. So editing bool, return active element is np terrain element and edit button pressed. There we go. So now we're never editing this one, even when it is enabled. And for some reason in this specific circuit, what if we just duplicate the mountain? So now we have more mountains. Oh wait, we don't need paint there. And yeah, we can see if we moved this mountain, it should still have height. No, it doesn't. Okay. So there's just some order to these things. What if we move this river down here and then we move this mountain? Okay, so now we're getting differences. So this mountain, okay, this mountain for some reason can be moved. So it seems to be basically like some number of objects are being rendered. It's probably still a threading thing of like, we've updated one height map and then we sent it over to the GPU to render. And it seems like a predefined order, like it's very consistent. So if I moved this river, for example, it'd probably flicker, or it'd probably be flat. The river would be flat. The mountains would be black, maybe? Okay, and it does appear that the river itself is also flat. And then this mountain will work if we move it as a group, for some reason. And it's presumably because we're submitting twice. I think that is the thing that's I think that is the solution, but I don't know why it would be the solution. So if we just did submit. Actually, what if we just called two sync functions? And then what if we tried to move this mountain? No, okay. So that doesn't fix that. But why would the group work? What is it about this specific group? So what if we just started... Hang on. What is it in this group? Is it the whole seems to be... Okay. The whole is quite valuable. What if we only had the whole, though? Okay, well, naturally the whole is fine, except for the fact the whole also turns black at points. It's just that, yeah, okay. So the whole also turns black. It's just not very important, or like not, you know, as big of an issue as the whole mountain turning black. What if it's just one terrain stamp? Okay, if it's just one terrain stamp and one thing. But what if it's two and one thing? Also black? What if it's something to do with having different channels here? So like what if we had a max, a max, and an add? So we just have those three together. And then a whole. And then we move this. I don't get it. Is it having two? What if we deleted these two and just had two mountains here, and then we have these both here? So yeah, now we have two beautiful mountains combining. And then we move both of these. So what the fuck is it about this specific group that makes it work? but nothing else work. And like, it seems like I can have as many of these groups as I want, so it's not to do with the order in which these are rendering, unlike everything else. So what if I put this at the very end? Still, it works. Like, the holes flicker, or the holes do the classic, like, black. So I would suspect when the GPU hasn't gotten the data it needs, it renders that in black. I'm also quite happy that with all these mountains, it's still running well. Actually, how many mountains would it take to make this run badly? Oh, wait, hang on. I just realized. Oh, one of these mountains. Okay, I see what's happening. That's still there because... I don't get it, actually. Why is that preview box there? Well, okay. Let's just keep adding mountains until the game runs slow. Because I can see that it's probably running at a worse frame rate now, but not, like, unusably bad. But okay, it's very strange to me. Look at how beautiful my world is, though. Actually, imagine having a game like this, where, like, the whole world is, like, at, like, a 45-degree angle. Actually, this is kind of an awesome, like, terrain that we could use for at the ends various. Like, just design it like this, where we're up in such an absurdly mountainous area. I like that. I like that a lot, actually. And we can totally do it because you can see the frame rate is starting to get lower. It's at, like, I don't know, 15 FPS or something now. But that's still totally interactable for our purposes because we're not, like, you know, rendering a movie at this, or while we move around the terrain. And then I want to paint. Okay, so painting doesn't behave very nicely, as you might imagine. I want to do... What if we just did black here? Totally remove all of that. Yeah, so the painting is especially bad. Painting is especially bad. For some reason, one specific configuration of groups works. What if I change the order in which they are? So this still works a-okay. No flickering except for the holes turn black, which is not that bad. It will be bad once I actually want to paint holes and, like, you know, they flicker right up in your face. But I think if I fix the flickering in general, or if I fix the flickering for the terrain, I'll fix it for the whole thing. But yeah, move this to the front. Does that change it? Move everything from back to front. So it's nothing to do with the order in which they're rendered. Let's make a new scene. So we're also going to add an NP height map. Redraw. Set shader parameter on base nil. Oh, because we need the meshes material. So terrain shader. Probably height map GD shader. Or actually height map holes would be better. Okay, and then we're going to call this test 2. And what if we just do 2048 by 2048 there, redraw? Get size on a null value. Oh, right, because these are all texture 2D RD. Interesting. So we probably need to have a new image texture. No, actually, how do we do this? So if I click redraw here, can I call method get size on a null value? Yeah, let's try to set up this so that it can like just start up from a thing. So like, if not result height map. H or result height map equals image.new. Or no, image texture new. Okay. If not normal map. Or no, result normal map. Normal map equals image texture new. If not result whole map. Whole map equals image texture new. And then we can set all this crap here. And then that should now do that. Invalid assign map width to value of type int on a base of type nil. That's 126. Result collider. If not result collider equals height map shape 3D new. Take your time, Godot. Oh yeah, because the height maps are now things that are saved directly into the thing, because we need to actually like export this as like we then need to save these as a separate path. And so I should probably have that as a thing here of just like if not, you know, if this doesn't have a resource path. You know, so when we save, oh wait, save as. Let's do, so if this resource path, can we detect if this is a local thing? Setting this property manually may fail if a resource with the same path has already been made. Necessary, use takeover path. Resource and unique ID. Call this test 2. And I'm going to basically have, let's see. I think what I might do is actually make a new path here. So we're going to do, instead of this, image texture format int name, or like p name string, and basically we're going to have this here as like a height map normals, and then holes. And then the render or result collider should also be saved at some point. We're going to do that somewhere else here. Var path equals res output plus name plus, or let's do actually %s underscore %s res. And this will be just name and p name. Okay. Oh yeah, it's going to take another 25 minutes because I forgot to actually like save the thing. Or I forgot to run my logic. So yeah, basically that'll mean that now these holes, normals, and height maps are all changed. So we can do... oh wait, yeah. Let's call this np height map 1. And then save the files. So that way we don't have that again. Invalid property of type map data with value of packed float 32 array on base object of type nil. What if we then saved? So we can have this actually as just a resource, I think. So image texture create from image, image.create from data. Buffer packed byte array. Okay, so we do need to have this for like save image. And then what I'm actually going to do is return save resource it key name. Resource key name will be string. There we go. And so now what I can do is I can also have the result collider equals save resource collider there. And that means this should now be, let's say height map test 1. And that should hopefully, yeah, test 2. Okay, too few arguments to save resource. Oh yeah, because this needs to be collider. Okay, so now if we save the files here, start lines, get all that stuff, redraw requested is callable. Oh wait, hang on. Close all of these. I just basically want to get this working first. So if we redraw here, recompute all submitting, good. Oh wait, but we also need to have a meshes node. So yeah, when we add meshes here, when do we do that actually? Export group meshes, mesh component mesh. Oh, because we don't have a mesh. So we could just have this equal preload 64x64. There we are. So that should work by default. We'd have to create a new scene, but that'd be fine. Redraw this. Did that work? Can I call get children on a null value? That was 28. Mesh and meshes dot get children. Okay, so meshes needs to be something here. And that's because meshes isn't anything. Oh, because we don't have meshes here. Okay. Node 3D. Let's do this. So we're going to do like if... Actually, we're going to do that when we add the meshes. So like if not has node or if... Yeah. Meshes. And then we're going to do meshes equals meshes. Actually, when we do test tscn, we can ignore what we have there for now. So this is just a node 3D. Okay. Var m equals node 3D new m dot name equals meshes, and actually else meshes equals that, m add child meshes. Okay. So that should now all work. If we close this, go back to test 2. Okay, good. We can see our height map here. Has all the things that we need. And then we can have our color here be like gray. Let's have like a blue color. Okay, so if we redraw, it should set the things appropriately. Okay, good. So yeah, now it's a little bit more capable of doing that. But now what I want is, as you might imagine, a terrain stamp. Also, we should be able to see now... Okay, now our output has these. And so if we go back to test, this should also now change how this works. If we did save files here, it'll actually change all of these height maps to new files. Okay. And so now all of these height maps that we had before, these height collider, height stamp 1, holes, normals, these don't exist anymore. I think. Yeah. Oh, except for the height stamp, that does definitely exist. Holes, height. So height collider still exists. For some reason. Why does that still exist? Oh, because the static body is using the old one. And so what we'd actually need to do is static body. Okay, we don't actually set this anywhere, because what we need to actually do is, if we have a node static body 3D, collider. Anytime we set the result collider here, render create colliders, when we save here, if it has static body 3D collider or shape equals result collider. Oh wait, no, we need to have get child 0 shape. There we are. Actually, let's just say that. So that way I don't need to bother with everything else here. Okay. And that's just mostly for testing. So if we save the files again, that should set all this data appropriately. And then we can wipe that. We no longer need this height collider at all, I think, if we save here and then... Okay, there we go. Now everything is saved based on the data that we have saved there. And yet, for some reason, for whatever reason, this doesn't work. I think something that I could do to help mitigate this is constraining the height map to, or constraining the changes to, like, where the height map was and where it will be. Could be complicated, though. But I'll do that later. Because that's not really the main issue. The main issue is the fact that it flickers at all. So let's try coming into here. So if we did a stamp. So we're going to have like a height, let's say, so we don't need terrain stamps there. Let's just get our good old-fashioned stamp here. Non-existent blah. Let's try redraw. Oh, okay, I see. Because this goes from -10 to 10. Why does it go from -10 to 10 by default? There should be like 100 to... There should be like 1,000 to 1,000. Can we undo that? Ah, well. Redraw all. Okay, so does this... So this does not, as we can see, cause any issues. So it seems to be... Okay, and here, with our second one, we do see issues. But if we added these to a group, would we still see the same problem? So if we now redraw this, save it, and so yeah, we should see our output here, NP height map 2, NP height map 1, so we don't need these anymore. I don't believe. We should have that also. Do these buttons here. Whatever. Okay, yeah. That still does that. Okay, that still does that. Let's add a hole now. And we need a hole, which is going to be our default hole there. Beautiful, and that worked right away, which is nice. So the hole works perfectly fine. It seems to be, yeah, it seems to be some order-sensitive thing where once we have multiple things, yeah, now this hole is black. And it's always the second one. Okay. But here, okay, it's always the second one again. And then here, all of those are black. Okay, so it seems to be some bizarre coincidence that that one group works. So it's always like, well, at least for these very specific circumstances. The second one is always black. So let's try to fix this terrain editor redrawing thing. When we recompute the height map, we should, I think, submit jobs to the, yeah, let's try that, basically. We're going to go to our renderer, and we're just going to have actual jobs as like var threaded jobs equals array callable. And then what we can do is for basically all of our jobs, I guess, we'll have to... Oh, wait, no. I think I know how to do this. Well, yeah. I think I'll kind of have to simplify my API to the renderer. Maybe. So when we sing... Okay, if GPU that, else, for... Actually, let's do like 4J in threaded jobs. Function submit jobs. This is going to be for like do jobs. C in threaded jobs, c.call. And so if the GPU is not equal to the main thread, we just do jobs, and then we sync. Otherwise, we rendering device, no, rendering server dot call on render thread do jobs. And actually, we should have that here. Yeah, actually, I have a better idea. We need to have this here as this. Submit, and then do jobs. Okay. So we actually have this jobs array here. You know, I'll call this just submitted for now. Oh, wait, no. Because, yeah, this is actually resources to free. There we are. Yeah, okay. That's now correct. And then I'm going to return this back to queued jobs. Or queued, like, work. Let's call it queued tasks. Whenever we add a job, why do I not just put these resources to free in the thing? Like, because yeah, I always return a bunch of stuff here, and I don't need to do that at all, because we literally just append to the thing. But okay, let's make sure that I haven't broken anything yet. So we're going to close this, then we're going to open it again. Or we're going to open both of these, I guess. Yeah, so we can, like, redraw. Yeah. It's a bit out of date with the threading or whatever, but... Or as you know, it takes a bit for it to actually apply the stuff. But okay, how does this river look? Well, if I could see what was happening, it'd probably look pretty good. At least this mountain still is, like, correct. Because, yeah, still incredibly inexplicable to me that this mountain, like, this configuration, if I delete any one of these, I think... Okay, no. That still works. That still works. How many do I have to delete before it stops working, though? And if I apply this to the other scene, will it still work? Wait, you know what I'm realizing? What if it's literally the line? Oh wait, no, now it's fucked up. Okay, interesting that... Hang on. Now I'm really double confused. Because yeah, now... Because now it doesn't work. Okay, it's just non-deterministic. It's just a threading thing. I can't fiddle with that too much. Because yeah, this still behaves exactly the same as it did, except for this new problem that I've created somehow. What did I even... What did I even change? I mean, I added the new scene. Oh, I've added a bunch of stuff, actually. Hang on, I probably should have organized this. Redraw all, get parent, component, mesh, image, texture, recompute. I mean, I didn't think I changed much here yet. Oh yeah, I renamed some things. No, I don't think any of this is actually the main issue. Oh wait, hang on. I'm seeing some big things here. Oh wait, this is just a bunch of the... This is just all the children. Oh, okay, I see. Those are the lines that I've removed because I don't need them anymore. Okay. So let's just say git commit m preparing to thread this properly. Basically, anything that's done with the GPU should not be done on the main thread. It should be done in the render thread. Ooh, and that's an issue for things like free from. Yeah, height map out. So, yeah, most functions here will need to somehow, like, synchronize. Maybe things like this, where we render the lines. So this stamp here... Yeah, start lines, render lines, free result. We should just start with that. So it's going to be basically jobs. Or no, tasks. Let's say just append start lines dot bind e. Yeah, I'm thinking actually every single time we do this, we're not going to have this return anything anymore. This is going to be explicitly void. Because yeah, I think it's stupid that I do this. We're just going to resources append pipeline. And when we line mix here, void. And this, does this actually do anything? Yeah, that's fine. Okay, and then this is going to be a void as well. Actually, yeah, I think that is a void. Because we just do resources to free append pipeline. And that means we don't even need to have this here. Oh, wait, no. We do need to have that. We don't need to have this with the pipeline, because we don't do anything with the pipeline. Because, yeah, now we don't need, like, a billion places where we duplicate this same logic and, like, manually manage this stuff. This will also be void. And then list of RIDs to deallocate. And we don't need that then. We're just going to do resources to free append uniform set. Okay. So that means these are also completely free and clear. And then line mix does the exact same thing. Because this, yeah, that just does that. Yeah, this is getting a lot simpler now that I've thought about, like, what if I just don't have this here and, like, duplicate the same work in 1,000 million places? Okay. And so yeah, then when we go back to do jobs, or no, tasks. Let's call this just the work queue. So yeah, work queue, append all this stuff. Work queue, append, line mix, bind. Build normals. Create colliders. This will also... Actually, do we do create colliders as like a subcomponent of this? No, okay, we don't. Free result. This will also do. Well, yeah. Well, I don't care. And this should actually be called submit all. Or like, yeah, and then we just do work queue clear. And actually, we can have this now not do anything. Like, we don't need this variable submitted because we know if we've submitted something by the fact that it is here. Because, yeah, now we actually have our variable submitted. Bool get return work queue is empty. So not work queue empty. Okay. So we should then be able to do our thing here. Oh, right. Wait, hang on. Did that... Does redraw work still? Wait, hang on. I don't think anything works. I probably went too quick. Redraw, or like begin height map. Right, because a lot of this stuff it hasn't actually been done yet. Because yeah, now our submissions don't do anything. Or we should do work queue append begin height map bind put resolution. And then here as well, okay. And then a lot of these we already have these different textures. Okay, and then work Q append, and then here we have that render line that does that. Create colliders does that. Free result. This should also. Do we use? Okay, we do that outside this thread. So we just do add or like work Q append result bind E. There we are. And then what we can do is actually, when we've done the height map here, exit tree, this should actually do a, when we destroy this, oh, that doesn't even do this properly. Free buffers, free shaders. Okay. Let's try that. So if we just run redraw, recompute all was run, so compute start, get elements, get inverse transform, subcompute lines, render lines. Is it because now our submit function doesn't work? So like submit all GPU submit else rendering service submit all, then we're going to print submitting oh wait, I just realized, oh wait, no, submitting this many tasks. Let's say executing. Okay. So that should now, if we redraw, it should run like 3 tasks. It didn't do anything. Interesting. So, why did it not? So sync GPU not equal to main device. Height map. Oh, because submitted now means... Okay, I just realized. Basically, we actually do need this to be called, so we need, like, I think we just need this to always be called, then? Okay, because... No, what I did was I fucked it up. We do need this to... We do need a variable called submit. Or submitted. Yeah, so var submitted false. All right, where was that as well? That was in holes rendering right after that there. Okay. Submitted bool. Where was submitted actually done otherwise? I think it was submit. So now equals true, and then here submitted equals false. Okay, that should work now. And then we should be able to redraw, and then it executes 24 tasks, which seems like a lot. It doesn't, so hang on, redraw. Okay, so that works. It's just that now the like partial redraws don't work. And we still see like a significant amount of delay on this moving. executed. So yeah, submitting here is now doing that. And so sync, renderer sync, do that, renderer end. Oh wait, this should actually be called before. Well, I guess this is correct. So then we just do wait, actually, what do we do here? So I think this is not actually a work queue thing. Wait, but that's an issue then, because this is a thing that has to be done. Yeah, this has to be done before we submit the task. Okay, I think what I'm going to do is I'm not going to have end here. I'm going to have that in the submit function. Submit equals false, and then we're going to do end right there. And then here, yeah, we will not have end right there, because we'll just call sync, which typically does nothing. Unless we have a signal here. Let's have a, yeah, let's just have a signal of like render complete. And then submit, we'll do that as well. Wait, did I put this in the wrong place? I did. Yeah, the terrain renderer is supposed to have this. There we are. And then when we do submit all. Okay. Submit, no, sync. So basically, here, if renderer dot submitted, await renderer dot render complete. That seems fair. Because yeah, that should be called anytime we change submitted. Okay. And then also submitted. Isn't this here where we like do compute complete? Yeah, we should just have this here as just like render submit sync. Because basically this should just do if submitted, return. Otherwise we submit, do this, submit all, submit to there. And actually, we'll have that happen the next frame on the main thread. Okay. So that should now work, I think. So if we moved this, okay. So now at least it's moving. It's not actually changing. It's not actually fixing it though. Okay, so we still have the same underlying problem, which is that this stamp, so like basically the second texture doesn't get applied or synchronized properly. And now the normal maps are bungled too. So that didn't solve any of our issues. All of that work. So if we redraw and then save all. Huh. We make this even smaller. Redraw? Save files? Okay. It took a bit of work for that to work, but that is this. So yeah, I'm really bummed that that's not working. Why would this not work? I'm trying to think what would be... Is it because they're the same stamp? Hang on. What if we change the stamp here to a different one? So if this is a cone, for example, and then we move this around. So if we render all, save all. No, that didn't seem to fix it. Yeah, you can see that that's still out of sync. So if this one is the first one, though... Okay. And so, yeah, it's completely order dependent there. And yeah, so that seems to be like the threading synchronization thing of like... And if we move this, all of them are out of sync. You know, you can see also all of the holes are incorrect as well. Okay, and then we have 0 tasks, etc. So if this is empty, if submitted, or... yeah, let's say if submitted, or main device... What am I trying to do? Yeah, or work q dot is empty will return. And that should... Okay, now we have fewer things. And actually, begin height map. We should probably just do this first. So that'll reduce the number of duplicate things there. That seems good. And so, okay, now we're only doing... So we're doing fewer tasks now. So we're, like, doing fewer duplicate work. Or less duplicate work, no, like, negative impact, it seems, on the rest of it. Which doesn't fix any of our issues. But I'm sure that does improve some performance somehow, some way. Well, it seems like this is actually running worse. But it wasn't... I mean, admittedly, we're doing a lot of stuff here. But you can see in some places the holes completely disappear. In other places, they turn black. But for whatever reason, sometimes these work. But okay, that is good, though, that it's only submitting this once. So, hang on. Let's go back to this. Godot, compute shaders... Compute shader texture 2D RD. Because yeah, the core issue is that these texture 2D RDs don't seem to be doing what I want them to do. Because yeah, this water plane is basically like exactly the type of thing that I want. Actually, I should double check that this demo works properly. So if we... Can I download this whole thing here? So, demo projects, compute texture. I guess I just got to download the whole thing. And I'm kind of fine with that. If we just go let's do git, let's just do cd 99 bug examples. Yeah, actually depth equals 1 is a good idea here. Because we don't need... Oh, right. We need to do that. Quite a few. Let's see. So I needed 3D. Which one was I looking for? Compute shaders. Let's double check what that is. Demo project compute texture. Okay, so it's just at the top level. And I will browse their shader and see how they're doing it. Because theirs is, you know, simpler. Because another tricky thing... Well, actually, I'm not even doing it for this example. When I draw on the texture, I'm basically creating another texture RD. Or, you know, texture 2D that I'm writing to and reading from. And I was wondering if that's the issue, but that's not even a thing that we're doing here. So, yeah, we'll just save all. And then close that. And I think I'm also going to change the NP terrain group to also include the height map as a terrain group. But all right. Next question. Oh, wait, no. My brain fell out of my head for a bit. Okay, we go here, we go to 1499. Demo projects, compute. Height map. No, wait, no. Water is the one that we wanted, right? Texture. That's the one. And this should be opened, whatever. Get to Godot. And then, can we just drag and drop this into here? Hey, look at that. Okay. Ooh, but... this will probably work. And if not, then that does point to a potential bug that's been fixed in 4.6. Okay. We can see here. These are... Okay, so this is working. So that means if we go to this water plane, and actually if we run this, okay, so we can change our rain, we can change our mouse size. All right. You can see all the beautiful things we're doing. All right. So that's our main compute shader. So let's see what this GLSL does. Let's open it up in there. Okay. So yeah, this one swaps around these textures. So I was looking into this code earlier today because I wanted to get this figured out before the stream mostly, and then just implement it. Yeah, they're basically using these as like swap buffers. So like they read these two images and then they output to this one, and then they swap which one's the previous and current and next, because you don't need to read the previous one. And so I'm thinking, is there anything here that they're doing that let's see, it might be that they're doing sampler, or that I'm doing samplers and they're doing image 2D. We could try to change that, but I'm not going to worry about that right now. I'm going to figure out, like, so they have a texture here, and this 2D RD. When we exit, we clear that. What is this? Hasn't consumed the input event, then just put the underscore there. What? So it has consumed it. Then why is this input event is shadowing? Oh, I see. Warnings in the damn example code. Okay, but they check their position and all that stuff. Beautiful. Process. All that stuff. So yeah, you can see here, I think the main thing is that they only have one function that's called on the main thread, or on the render thread. And that might be the main thing here. So then they just compute list end. Free compute resources. Texture clear. So when we set our texture RD RID, okay, so that always does that here. Okay, so that's setting the texture before we actually call our stuff here. So update our texture to show the next result. Note that initialize compute code may not have run yet. So first frame, this may be an empty RID. And while our render process may run on the render thread, it will run before our texture is used. And thus our next RID will be populated with our next result. To send texture size and dampness parameters with these static. Okay. So I don't get what it's doing that I'm not doing. Because I believe that I'm now calling all of my things. So is free compute resources also called on the main render thread? Okay, that's also called in the main thing. But that's not terribly necessary for us. But okay, now we have this code to, like, look at. Where'd it go? I see. There we are. Redraw. Oh yeah, this is because we need to go back into here, plugins, turn this on and off. For some reason, the thing doesn't run. I think it's because the plugin is loaded before the UI exists, which is pretty awesome. And now we can see all three of these. Yeah, okay, so it's definitely like, it definitely feels non-deterministic how these work. Because yeah, if we go back into test, I wonder if these even like work the same way. Like if we move this mountain. So that's still perfectly good. Mostly. For some random reason, who cares? Oh yeah, we need to do like, I don't know, redraw, save files. Good enough. Okay. Is there anything that wouldn't... Because we're executing the tasks on the render thread. And there's only 5 of them. And I don't think... Is it because dispatch? Maybe we need to have one compute list? No, that doesn't make any sense, because you have to make a compute list. Yeah, because you only have one pipeline per compute list. So a simple compute operation might look like this. Code is not a complete example. So multiple compute lists cannot be created at the same time. You must finish the first one. Could we... What the fuck? I'm trying to copy this fucking text. It took me like 25 minutes to figure out how to do that. Okay. Compute list bind current compute pipeline tells the GPU what compute pipeline to use when processing the compute list. If the shader was changed since the last time this function was called, Godot will unbind all descriptor sets and will rebind them inside compute list dispatch. Compute list bind compute pipeline. Because I feel like what's happening here is that it can only run one pipeline. No, actually... No. I think I know what it is. I think I can do this as one GPU thing, so when we add the job here, we don't actually do one job. Or basically like, can we submit multiple runs of a shader through one compute list? I don't think so, actually. Because we'd have to... No, because we have to bind the uniform set. No, okay, so that doesn't seem right. So, how would I do it as multiple, then? Would I do it? Because that doesn't seem like a good idea to set it up like that. Because basically, I'm thinking, if I can't set up one shade, like, if it's basically because there's multiple compute lists, and it can only do, or it only does one before the frame is done, and then it renders, might be what's happening here. And so, like, these two components haven't been rendered yet. It's really weird still that it's like only the parts that are like part of the texture with the opacity. Like, that's really, really weird, because how would it know? How would it know unless it's run the computation already? How are they black? How is it black exactly where it lines up? Because the compute shader runs across the entire size of this, because I didn't, because the bounding box I couldn't figure out for the scaled height map, so I just made it so it runs the entire shader over the entire height map for each of these stamps. So if it was just the shader wasn't done, you would assume the whole height map would be black, or like it often is, like just random pieces of it are black, because it's just like it hasn't sent the shade or hasn't sent the texture to the results yet. But that's not what's happening. It's only where the it's only where this shader has changed the result from the previous frame. Well, actually not even from the previous frame, from like the reset point. Maybe it's the reset shader is doing something weird. But no, that doesn't make any sense either. Huh. So if we go back to update materials, so we could try having update materials before this, so submit or like compute complete. You know, where we do this synchronize. So we could have update materials called before we submit, and then we have that there, and then we submit and sync. And that doesn't change anything at all. What if we set it here? I'm going to put that back where it was. Why would these work? And why would this hole be correct, but the other hole be totally black? Simply impossible to understand. But this is, at least in my opinion, like the biggest issue with this height map editor right now, is that it's harder to see the intermediate results when you can't, like, because we have at least fixed this height map itself being out of place or like incorrect. So you can move, wait, no, we haven't fixed that because it's not the one that's moving that stays correct. It's only the one at the top. So like that, okay, so yeah, we haven't fixed anything. We've improved it slightly, because it used to be that it would always flicker no matter what, and it'd flicker in like random places. And now it's much more consistent in that it only flickers where the height map affects something else. Which is just, I just don't understand how that's even a thing that it could possibly do. If we go like Vulkan compute shader, texture is partly black. So let's try this. Under certain circumstances, blah blah blah, most textures begin displaying as black. Certain circumstances seem to somehow relate to me trying to access textures that persist from previous frames. These textures are stored as storage images in compute shaders across multiple frames, and sometimes I see the contents if I overwrite them within one frame, but if I'm using data that's already there the previous frames, then they are displayed as black. Problem does not reproduce in a nightly build. Oh wait, but is this specifically an issue with RenderDoc? Okay, that's an issue with RenderDoc. Okay, let's see what some of these people are saying. Finished loading a texture on a model and found some textures are loading correctly and some don't load at all. But the model is just invisible. If we go back to this renderer, and then we do, when we submit all, we can actually do a print, and then c.name. Actually, what is this? So, callable. I'm sure there's a way to get the name of the callable, right? Methods. Custom null standard. Get method. Okay, that's what it is. Okay, so if we tried this again. Okay, so we have begin height map, image mix, build normals. That makes complete sense. What if we deleted these holes here, and then, you know, we redraw it again? Makes total sense that we'd be doing that. And then here we have this. So yeah, we just have holes, and then we mix them, and then we create the colliders. Actually, strange that we don't create the colliders for this as well. Oh, I guess because redraw all does that. Well, that's fine. Okay. Yeah, because if we run the save files function, it should recompute all here. Okay, yeah. Wait, no. It doesn't. Does it? So if I did that and then like save all. Okay, it doesn't run it again. That's funny. Okay, so basically you have to redraw. So that basically we have lines. Start line free result, start lines free result. Interesting. Start lines. Let's maybe fix that. Or render lines. So basically this should be... I see what it should be. If stamp.lines.isEmpty, return. Otherwise we can do that. Because yeah, we don't need to do that if we don't have lines, obviously. Okay. So now we have a much more reasonable thing. We get the height map, we mix the three in, we build the normals, then we start the holes, mix those in, create the colliders. And those are all happening on the render thread. And so now my big question must be, call on render thread. Okay. And that makes sense. So in 4.3, you don't actually get the benefit of using a separate thread since every call to the RD used mutex lock to guarantee that. And that... thank you for not sending me to the correct fucking place. Link. I love this fucking website. I love this garbage goddamn format where when you click search, it brings up this instead of just letting you search here in the box. It brings up a whole new window that confuses you. Okay, so as the rendering server may, or actual logic may run in a separate thread, accessing its internals from the main thread will result in errors. To make it easier to run code that can safely access rendering internals, such as rendering device and similar things, push a callable via this function so it will execute in the render thread. Okay. But does it render before or after? Hmm. Okay. So when we call on render thread here... What? Wait, okay, maybe it's this? Command Q push. Okay, I see, okay. So, colon render thread does this, command Q flush blah. Otherwise, we have the command Q here. And then, when is the command Q run? So, command Q flush if pending. Hmm. Hmm. Okay. Also, Godot sucks. But okay, Command Q MT. Can we press F12 to get the definition of this? We can't. Where would that be? Command base. T-pointer instance M method. Tuple blah. Hmm. Okay, so there's various points where we call this flush. Share to create from code. And yeah, that, I assume, unlikely pending load, flush, wait and flush. And that presumably goes somewhere, unlikely flush and read pointer, blah. Okay, and then we just mutex it, and we flush the whole queue. Hmm. Okay, and then we free each of these commands and we do our thing. Okay. So yeah, anytime we call this flush if pending. And I assume I'm in the rendering server forward plus. Oh, but it seems like basically all of these are... Okay, it seems like all the drivers use the same thing. So, okay. Server wrap MT common is probably where all of these are then. And it seems like it flushes a lot. So it could be at various points that we have some commands running and then others not running, I guess? Hmm. So yeah, create shader, material, blah, mesh create from surface. Call on render thread. I feel like there's got to be somewhere else that I'm not seeing what I need to see. Is there like a render scene or like draw list? Because we have begin frame here. Okay, so I think this doesn't flush the frame when we do this, maybe? So this is the, what is this even? RSG. Probably rendering server globals then. Servers, rendering. Globals. Okay, that's all fine. Renderer viewport, maybe? Do we have a function like begin frame? Okay, renderer compositor. Maybe. No. Yes, okay. That at least starts some stuff. Draw. Begin frame, timestamp, get ticks used, render timestamp, do all this stuff. Oh, okay, I thought this was the end because I was confused by these. I wish people just accepted that you can do this. And then you can have it like this. So that way it's clear that this is inside the function. I get that like some C compilers from like the literal 1980s don't support that, even though it's been in the C standard since like C99, and probably in the C++ standard for even longer. Whatever. I hate standard C++. I hate C++. Okay, so we do our scene update, canvas update. So what I'm seeing here is that we don't flush the, I don't think we flush the compute queue here. Yeah, I think we just don't flush this thing. I mean, I guess, no, we should, right? Because we do like a billion things here. Do I have to put a fucking, like... Do I have to put a marker when we flush the queue? Because I don't know when these are called as well. It could very well be that basically, like, draw does not explicitly flush the queue, because it seems like most things don't explicitly flush the queue. It seems like everything has these wrapper functions. And so, wherever we get this request, so request frame drawn callback, frame drawn callbacks, push that. So when we do rendering server default draw, is it void draw? Okay. Event queuing. Sync. If create thread, we sync, otherwise we flush all. We could have the... Can we actually do a rendering server sync? And just explicitly sync this. Force sync. Okay. Forces a synchronization between the GPU and CPU, which may be required in certain cases. Okay, let's see if this is what we need. So if we go to our terrain renderer, so we add all of these queues there in our submit all. Otherwise, what we're going to do is gpu.force sync, or maybe rendering server force sync. Let's see if that does it. No, that doesn't do it. Sync can only be called after submit. Forces a synchronization between that. Actually, when we go to the rendering server, is there a way to... Do we have submit? No, okay. So, why am I stupid then? What's the answer? It's fun that this works, kinda. Admittedly, oh, I see. Anytime that it's like going to go off the bounds, though. Actually, I think... Oh, wait, no, that's just because this is actually... You know, it clips right there. Okay, so that makes sense. And then it gets really weird. Oh, because it's doing exactly what we're seeing here. Where we can actually perfectly see exactly why it behaves so strangely. Fascinating. Well, that was an interesting experiment. But I just don't know. I just don't know how to fix this. See, I don't think we need to have the, like, printing anymore. So if we go back to height map, we can remove this. And then go to the renderer. We don't need to have this either. And admittedly... Well, I guess we kind of have to have this double queue, basically. Yeah, because we have to have all this stuff marked as submitted and stuff. I don't think I'm going to get this today. I guess I could try my other... I could do my other task, which is to, you know, get the more accurate... Or we could, yeah, improve the painting. So yeah, we still have not fixed the flickering. But yeah, I think I want to actually look into getting the painting improved. So if we do git status... Oh, no. I tried. Okay. So let's forget about that for now, because eventually I might be able to figure it out, maybe. So what I want to figure out is the improved painting, because that's just going to be a shader improvement. Because, yeah, the issue is that basically the way that I do my painting is I get a circle or like this, you know, rounded line around like the points where we've intersected. So this is like where your mouse was. And then it draws a radius around it and it smooths that and stuff. But the issue is, so if we draw this nice and round or something to try and accurately represent what it'd be, let's say that's one frame or like one line, but then the other line segment to make a curve is like this. And the problem is that doubles that. So if we expanded this out, for example, actually, let's delete these two. And let's only deal with one to reduce the flickering. Something weird happens when we amp it up a little bit too much. Let's change this Y to 1. There we go. That's what I wanted. And then we can do redraw. Oh, wait. Didn't quite save the correct things there. Because we need to redraw it, and then save it, and then wipe that. Okay, but now we can paint this. And so, yeah, I'm going to do black. Let's see. Okay. And with 1, actually, that works really nicely. So, yeah, there's something to do with, like, a synchronization. But basically, the issue is you can see these kind of scallops. And that's exactly what I was talking about here, where we have this curve of multiple line segments, and they're all kind of overlapping with each other as it curves around. And so we need to figure out some kind of algorithmic way to avoid this, or make these smoothly go together. Because actually, I'm going to create a new height map shader. So I'm going to create a new texture here. Let's say 32 by 32. Actually, I would have preferred... Do I have a grid? Oh, I do. Okay, nice. Actually, I'm not going to be, like, referring to this at all, really. Eh... 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, this was right. 8 here. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, and then that's correct. Okay. So that's our new height map. Debug. Or like topological. Wherever it's supposed to be 30. That's what it was. 1430. And that's going to go... I'm going to put it in render. And basically what I want here is this thing, but make it unique. And then we're going to save this as height map topological. render. There we are. How did we delete the T? Wait, what? Oh. Height map. There we go. Okay. And then that means all of these other height maps are the ones that are wrong. And then the actual thing that we need then is oh, wait, because height maps are only vertex-based. Okay, so we actually don't need anything else there. So when we go to height map topological, we're then going to also have a uniform sampler 2D topology, and then uniform float height, or like repeat height equals 1.0. Let's say actually 10.0 or 16. Let's say 16. And basically that's going to be albedo equals this times our repeat, or no, sample. This will be repeat enable. Then topology UV 0.5 by terrain, no, vertex dot y. Actually, hang on, height map. Varying float height. Height equals okay. And so now what we can do is we can come into here, we'll have height divided by repeat, or what is this going to be? Repeat height. Okay. Oh wait, and that doesn't need to be there because this is vec2. .rgb. Okay. And now what I can do is topology, or that gives us a better idea of the actual like heights here. And then I kind of want to have like a filter nearest map and a there we go. Why does this look so bad? sRGB friendly, yeah, why does it look so bad? Compress to disabled. There we go. Okay. So we can see what I don't want, which is this wavering line here, if we go up to the top. So if we remember from Krita, we had like perfectly smooth lines. Here they're all warped. But they're not that bad, I think is what I'm realizing. However, if we go back to this stamp, and if we change the fall off here to be less than 1, that substantially worsens the effect. Also, I need to have a... I'll figure that out someday. Basically, it seems like it's also very aggressive with the painting. So, like, I have to, like, lower this opacity, like, really low. But yeah, so here, the effect is even more pronounced. And I think something that I could do, I'm thinking, is instead of having a thing like this, what if we had it instead... I'm going to turn off this grid here. What did I turn off? How did I do this? Oh, I see. What if we had it more like this? Or like we had it like, you know, subtract the radius here. How would that look? Because I'm trying to think. I think the issue is then you would have the opposite issue, obviously. So like, you know, if we had this then go like that way, which is kind of a worst case scenario, but you would then see these holes here. And you would still have the issue where here, yeah, so that'd be substantially worse, I think. I think you'd need to have a smooth fall off, basically. So like, you know, here, or so like basically anywhere the circle could be, we start lowering the value. Let's look for like transparent painting algorithms. Because this is already something that's probably been done before. Not the painter's algorithm. I mean the, digital painting algorithms? No, I don't need AI crap. Okay, let's just go to the Krita source code. Actually, don't I have the Krita source? Did I download that or something? That'd be in tools or something if I did get it. No, I think it was going to be like a lot. Because yeah, we need to figure out basically where the core algorithm is going to be for like paintbrushes. Because I don't think you can get away with just like laying the frame on top of itself, like every frame. You know what I mean? I guess you could. Because if it was a circle, so if instead of doing it this way, we literally just have like the circle repeat, then it would be no different. Actually, no, it'd still be different because you'd still have this circle here. Yeah, I really think the answer lies somewhere in, smooth brush algorithm. Obviously, this is not a thing that people do very often. Okay, let's try to figure out how Krita does it. Actually, how does paint.net handle it? So if we go here, and then we reduce the hardness, and then we select here, I mean, this is basically exactly what we want as well. So we can also look into the paint.net source code and figure out, yeah, how they do paint. Because paint.net is a much simpler system. All right, where's the actual, is paint.net not open source? No, paint.net should be. Clearly it's open source, right? Paint.net systrace WPF, paint.net core processor information, PDN WebP, quantization code extracted from paint.4.2.16. Sample effect plugins, median sketch, GPU effect plugins. Types and controls that were removed from system Windows forms in there. So is paint.net not, Oh, it's closed source. I didn't even know. I thought Paint.net was open source. Was this another thing taken from us by AI? I don't know. Solve many problems, Paint.net. So I just want to figure out the algorithm that they use for painting. But I don't even know if that's a thing that they have in here. I guess I can look at OpenPDN at the very least. Okay, let's see what the source says here, because I want to look up mainly the brushes. So let's see, where would that be? Resource string, stylus reader, system layer. I'm going to say either core. Why is there base and core? Yeah. Is this like decompiled or something? Why would there be like tilde, like a grave symbol 1? Okay, brush. No, let's just look up brush. Brush preview renderer, brush info, brush type. Actually, what's even the license for Paint.net? I should probably check that before I check on their thing here. Because what I can do is I can also just look up in here, brush. Yeah, let's look through Krita first, even though... I think Krita would have a substantially more complicated algorithm, though, because I'm trying to think of, like, how would they do images? Because they have just, like, full-on photos that you can use, so I feel like there's some more elegant way to do this that I'm not getting. Where we don't render, you know, steps like this. And it does seem like it works almost perfectly with my base settings of just 1. So if we set this fall off back to 1, or like more than 1, I guess that'd be fine as well. You know, it's... Well... Yeah, it's not very smooth. And if we go higher, I think we get the opposite problem. Yeah. We get a problem like this, where instead of overlapping, they're now kind of underlapping with each other. And also, turn this back down to green. It is fun to play with this, at least. And then let's do just like, I don't know, save that to a stamp. I suspect, actually, I'm looking at this now, part of the issue is because this fall off is so extreme. I should probably make this another logarithmic brush, because basically I have that for like these. These are both non-linear, so they go from like 1, and then here at half it's like 0.1. And yeah, here, because I think I have it go all the way up to like, the fall-off goes up to 100, which is actually insane now that I'm thinking about it. Because that's like unusable. Because yeah, you can very clearly see that it's double the strength at these endpoints here. So I think all of these little divots are where it's drawing two lines overlapping. So yeah, it literally only works at the fall-off of 1. Which is interesting, because I think... Let's change this to a much higher opacity, and then we're gonna save this back to a stamp. You know, let's just get the next thing I want to do today, if I have time, is to make it so that it actually can like ray cast to the appropriate place. Yeah, let's smooth all this out basically. So you see, we can get some pretty reasonable results here. Some pretty smooth like looking stuff. I'm gonna make this radius smaller. Oh, okay. I thought it was a low frame rate, but it's not. It's because the lines only draw at certain or once you've gone a certain distance with the paint cast. So you can see here, now it paints much faster. Which actually, that could be the solution. No, but I literally just said that, like... Well, it could be. Hang on. What if I just have it render every frame? So... Because as an optimization, to avoid creating so many lines, I have it so that it only renders certain numbers. But it seems like that causes it to behave worse. So if we save that stamp, and then we go back up to here, and we go to terrain stamp lines. So when we append a line, that should be in the plugin line. So yeah, basically when we paint a line, active object draw a line. So paint position equals 2. So when we paint a line, so let's say if this is greater than, I don't know, 8. Let's just double that actually. And then let's try making this bigger. And so we can see that it works a little bit more nicely. Well, no, not yet, but basically it could. So I'm going to just smooth out all this mostly. Let's make it just super strong here. Or let's turn it to green. Yeah. Completely flatten all the terrain. Oh, I see. The stamp is not aligned with the world, actually. That's part of why it looks so strange. If we did, like, a rotation, clear the rotation there. Okay, that's why it was so smooth, because it was just not rendered. And then if we change the rotation or position there, okay. Oh yeah, and then also change the rotation and position of that. And so yeah, let's make this as well, like scaled 4 by 4. There we are. So now it's exactly matching this height map. And then I can save that stamp. And that means we have none of these. And then I'm going to go make this yellow. Okay. The more frequently we do these lines, I believe the better it looks. Wait, I should actually test with the things that I need to test first. Well, we should probably work with partial transparency. Clear this. Oh, wait. Oh, wait, I forgot. That doesn't work. Okay, clear that away. And actually, I'm going to change that back to linear now that I know the purple isn't because of that issue there. Okay. And that makes it a bit more reasonable to see that. Okay. Make this like a quarter of the opacity and yellow. So this way it's going to try to go up to the highest altitude it can. And I also want better thing here, a little bit more distance. So that way I can go like the whole way almost. Okay, horrendous looking. What if we tried 1 again? So, completely failed, did not do what I want. We still have a good fall, yeah. So 1 seems correct. Actually, keep that there. Raise this whole thing up. What if we made this like 32 or something? Or actually, what if we just made it like greater than the min of 1 and like paint radius? Or what was it? Widget? And then we'll do like 16 or something. So that way if we have super fine detail, we can do that. Yeah, then turn this back to green with half opacity. Save this as a stamp. So that way we have that there. No lines. Now it's really smooth. Okay. So yeah, the fewer lines we have, the better. But we do need to check with the other fall-offs first. That does look better. It still has the issue of the divots, though. And then if we went, let's go smaller, and then let's have a fall-off less than 1, because that's the other main failure case. And then less distance here. And then, obviously, I should have done less opacity, because now we have way more, like, impact. Which is the other big problem with this system, because they, like, overlap with each other. And actually, how do we fix that? Because, yeah, now every line impacts every other line. Okay, and that does substantially improve this. So, yeah, the more lines we have, the better. Except in terms of the opacity. And obviously, this would cause worse performance. But it's not that bad, because we're literally just, you know, at most we do one of these every frame. Though that does mean then the frame rate substantially affects the rendering quality. And that's also not really acceptable. Yeah, so our big question then is, how do we make it not bad looking? So if we turn this way up, we still have the fundamental issues. I feel like the answer, maybe the answer is we have to account for 2 segments at any point. You know, we always need to have a from, a midpoint, and a to. Which would be an issue, because it'd be hard to figure that out. Or because then it'd be annoying to preview it, basically. Because then you'd always have to have, you know, you'd always have to be like 1 segment behind, which I don't think is the answer. And now the other issue is the fact that this alpha here, I guess we could just normalize it to 0 to 1 and then square root it. I think that would probably get us most of what we want in terms of, like, actually, like... So, like, at full opacity... Well, at full opacity, at the very center, it should be setting this to exactly 0. So it seems like it's not even exact. Oh, wait, and that makes sense, actually, because we only have 256 by 256 pixels here, so we're drawing in between the lines with these super low-res things. Because if we set this fall-off back to 1... And now you see one of the big issues, which is that this is totally flat now. So if we go back to yellow... This is supposed to be like a triangle shape. Huh. Yeah, because the fall-off is supposed to be totally linear. I'm starting to think that there's basically no way to do what I'm doing without taking into account multiple line segments. Very unfortunate. So Q color scheme, KIS brush, API is still a big mess. Auto brush widget, brush collection, colorful brush, SVG brush. I think these are going to be, like, 3 very difficult problems. Well, maybe the ray tracing won't be so, or the trace to figure out where the actual line should be won't be. Okay. Let's just save this, save all. Okay, because now we have this. And we have this. And we could actually move this group around now. So that does that. Cool. And we could even scale it down and do all of our fun little things that we've learned how to do with modern technology here. And you can see the pixels sort of shimmer as we move it along the grid. Okay. So it's sort of smoother because having more frequent line segments, I do think that's good. But I think we will need to then seriously investigate how to do transparency, because we have several issues. One is we still have the problem, fundamentally, of this. We've just made it less severe by doing more frequent things, which has the separate effect of now the opacity basically doesn't work correctly. Like, I can't paint with half opacity because it, every single line segment is painting at half opacity, and they're all layering on top of each other to make more and more opaque things. Where like here, for example, in, paint, again, you still want these smooth lines, and you want the ability to have, like, this brush is half opacity. So, I guess the algorithm here doesn't even have, or paint.net doesn't actually have brushes with opacity. Instead, it has the entire layer has opacity, which could be the way to do it. And instead we just mark it as strength. So, like, there is no way in Paint, I believe, to just paint with partial opacity. Because if you set the color to partial opacity, what it does... Oh, it does exactly what it says it does. Okay, never mind. I'm stupid. Okay, but yeah, we basically don't have this in Paint, or in our system either. We don't have partial opacity of the individual brushes in a way that works. And we don't really have the fall off working quite well either. Are there other painting tools that are open source that are going to be less complicated? Because there's like 5 pages of files that have brush in the name. And I bet you a lot of them aren't even like the things that we're going to be looking at. There's a fucking Docker container in here, I saw. There's the auto brush factory. Let's look up an auto brush. So we should probably look up auto brush H first. If we go back previous. Okay, I don't know what an auto brush is, actually. Because my assumption was an auto brush was like the brushes that are like a circle, and then you can set like the curve of the circle and stuff like that. Brush engine. Libs image brush engine. Okay. All brush engines in Krita are plugins. The classes in this directory define the way brush engines are to be implemented. Brush engines are also known as paint ops. Okay. Paint dots, lines, and beziers. A new paint op is created for every stroke. Okay. This feels like the right place.
Keep crazy happy. On mouse down, the paint op factory creates a paint op with a clone of the specified settings. When painting, KIS paint information is passed to the paint op. The paint op paints the lines. On mouse up, the paint op is destroyed. Okay, so if we look up KIS paint op, paint op factory, freehand helper, paint op, painter, image KIS painter, paint op options, widgets, image brush engine. Create a non-GUI threads. Okay, and it seems like this operates on the level of this individual strokes. So like the entire stroke here, from mouse up to mouse, or from mouse down to mouse up, is presumably one operation in Krita. And so it could take into account all of those things. Paint ops model. Paint op config widget. List LOD. Plugins, paint ops. Okay. Let's look at plugins and paint ops. So curve brush, default paint ops. Create an airbrush. Oh, that's the actual like UI for it. Paint ops plugin, brush. So dab, settings widget, brush op. Airbrush data, size, ratio, rate, softness. Okay. So when we create a brush op, we have a lot of stuff that we're dealing with. Oh wait, no, not too much. So settings, painter, node, image. Well, I guess that is actually quite a lot. Data read, settings data, precision option. Because yeah, I think this airbrush is going to be the closest that we get to what I want. Because of the Krita airbrush as well is very similar to like this brush with like a low, you know, with the low hardness. Something like that. So paint at. Okay. So KIS spacing information. If not brush, if not can paint for that. Check too small. Rotation. So yeah, we're applying all of our things here. Opacity options apply. So is this what actually puts the thing in here? So average spacing. M average spacing. I feel like this is a... weird. Is this a member of the object? I'd assume so. But okay, so when we paint at the thing, for some reason I feel like this executor add dab is the most important thing. So yeah, let's go back to brush ops. Let's see what M dab is deb executor a kiss dab rendering executor? So when we add this, we have a request, we have the opacity, we have the flow. Interesting. And that just gets our thing here, so there's like a queue. And then we add the dab to the queue. So then I need to figure out where to actually add that there. And assume, okay, and we have a queue cache, not a queue. But okay, if we go to kiss dab rendering queue, will this then have the actual thing that we do? So when we add a dab here, we do our mutex stuff. Okay, and then we get the dab rendering resources. Because I assume this is not what actually does that. So we have a dab rendering job XP, which gets the rendering job. Notify job finished. And this is all just like bookkeeping for this thing. Cache interface, put resources to cache. So I would suspect this job does something. Clean painted dabs, dab size, okay. So let's try looking for that. Because I assume this will probably have something else inside of it that actually does the job. Maybe not. So when this thing runs, what does it do? Because at some point, something has to be written to, you know, at some point something has to write pixels to the screen. And I'm sure we're getting closer to it somewhere. Okay, when we run the job, the kiss dab rendering job, rendering job runner run, execution time, queue vector, stroke job data, data list append, the runnable jobs interface, add the runnable jobs to the interface, execute one job, and then notify it's finished. Which does this. Sync resources, generate dab. Post process dab. Okay, is this something that will do something? I feel like I'm getting closer. Resources, color source, colorize. Yeah. Because now we're actually talking about like colors and stuff. Okay, paint device. So dab is resource brush paint device. So paint device SP, paint device. Angle is normalize angle. Scale. So we have the shape, and then we have the paint information. And I think I should look up what the paint information is. Kiss, fixed paint device, check pointer, value this, create image of the dab shape. Scale ratio, subpixel X, subpixel Y. Okay, so I think this is doing what I was doing, or essentially what I imagined it was doing, where it creates one of these dabs per, like, step, basically. You know, like, instead of doing what I was doing, where I was trying to render lines, it's instead doing, like, circles. You know, effectively just one right after the other. And it probably just has some sort of... They probably just know, like, what the opacity should be in order for, like, you know, this here to be at the correct opacity. You know, if you want 50% opacity, you can't just set each of these individual dabs to be 50%, because then it's going to be too opaque in the center. And so you would probably want, you know, some sort of like sub-pixel distance. I still feel like having it render lines is a good idea, I think. I just have to figure out how I would do that in a way where it's compatible with this other way of doing it. Because basically, I think if the frame rate is low, I'd still like it to be like if you draw a line from here to here, it just draws like a line, even if the frame rate's really low. And then if the frame rate's really high, it draws a line from here to here, you know, as a bunch of smaller line segments, but it still looks the same as the line that was drawn as one line segment. And that, I think, would be difficult to do. Because you'd basically have to... I think you'd have to just make this end different. You know, just have to be a different opacity. What did I just do? Yeah, so it'd be like that, basically. And then you would just always have, like, one starting piece right there. Oh, wait, this should still be 50% opacity. Or whatever it was, you know. So that way it is the same. Because I'm basically trying to figure out... Yeah, what if you undid the work of one line segment, and then you draw the next one? That'd be even more difficult, because then I'd have to figure out, again, the previous line segments, or, like, have some other painting layer. And I think that's not what they do. But what they do... What is this brush pyramid, then? Care I brush pointer. Lazy shared cache stored... Okay, that's just a storage thing. So yeah, it seems like what it does is it just creates an image of whatever we've painted. Yeah. And then it stores that, and then it'll do something potentially at the end of the stroke, maybe? Yeah, I think the answer is I need to render the result of this into a separate texture. And that texture would have, like, our red, green, and the actual opacity of the influence. So we'd have, you know, our 256 by 256 output texture, and then we would blend them once. And instead of doing what I was doing before, so we'd have, like, a... Actually, we wouldn't even need to do the blending of... Okay. I think I know how I could do this. We would have a stroke, which is a list of lines, And then for each line segment, they would write their opacity. And I believe the way that we can do this is just erase this point and then start the line again. Erase, start it again, erase, start it again. I think that would work. The main downside of this is then for every stroke, we have to create an image that is a result that has like no opacity and then apply that image on top of it. I guess that won't be too bad. Okay, we can close that. So yeah, I at least have a plan for this. So improve the painting. That's going to be split brush strokes, or split into 2 phases. So basically it's going to be the like stroke compositor, which actually like renders the individual line. So like create a cleared buffer that's the same size as the stamp. And then for each line in the stroke, erase the end of the line. Or like subtract. So stroke compositor is, this is a 1-channel buffer. Same size as the stamp. Clear it. So yeah, for each line stroke, subtract the opacity at the start. Cannot, so clamp to 0. And then perform normal line opacity stuff. So this would prevent the, this would basically remove the duplicate line opacities, I believe. Actually, what we could even do is just fully subtract the opacity. So not just from the line. So yeah, we just subtract the opacity of the entire line at the start. Add the opacity. This reduces the amount... Actually, no. We do that. We do only do the start because I think for terrain specifically, you do want the ability to like overlap the like growing terrain. I think, yeah. That makes sense to me. Subtract the opacity of the starting point. Clamp to 0. Then add the opacity of the whole line. Admittedly, this would not work the same way as terrain editors in other engines, where when you hold the button, it keeps pushing, you know, it keeps adding material to the terrain or keeps subtracting. We would have to do it differently. But then for each, yeah, we do both of these, and then apply stroke to stamp, and that's just a shader. Take the color of the brush and opacity and combine. Okay. So I think then what I can do is we'd have to be able to preview the strokes, which actually wouldn't be terrible. Except for the fact that we would have to preview the entire thing. Ooh. Oh wait, no, that also wouldn't be terrible. Yeah, to preview it, we just do this part over and over. Or we just do this part with one of these lines. And then we apply it again. Okay. So that means actually we would have, instead of this like paint position stuff, we would just have var stroke equals, we're gonna have to change some stuff here. Elements. Create new script. So resource extends resource. Oh wait, no. This is just, I guess, tool extends resource. NP stroke. So let's call this a paint stroke. Extends resource. And then we just have like a export var color. Export var. So we'd actually have all of the same properties as this, except instead of start and end, so where is this? I'll rename this to paint stroke. So yeah, radius, color, attenuation, and then we'd have export var points, pool, vector to, or packed, vector to array. So basically every frame that you're holding down the mouse, you would then have, you would add a point to here. And when you add a point, you would then draw from that point to another point. And so that means that now lines don't actually exist anymore. And that means that a terrain element would no longer have, no, terrain stamp. This is now going to have strokes. NP paint stroke. And so now each paint stroke represents one mouse down to mouse up action. NP paint stroke. And so we would actually need one more thing here, which is now signal, call the stroke drawn. Signal, line added. NP terrain stamp line, or let's say stroke, NP paint stroke. Well, actually, okay. The tricky part here is that we need another, so basically when we go up to element here, we have this result image. We need to have it as well, or we need to have like a var paint stroke RID. So this is the like composited, let's call this composite stroke. Ooh. So yeah, I think now this is going to be finish stroke. Signal stroke started. stroke extended, probably. So this would be like the line segments. Okay. I should actually think this through a little bit better. Close that. Basically, what's going to happen is you start the stroke. So mouse down. Stroke starts. That's going to create an empty buffer. Buffer if none exists. Or if there is none. Clear it to black. And then we will record initial position in stroke object. And then what we would do is mouse up, or like mouse move, stroke continues. So basically we would render a line to the stroke buffer, or basically append point to stroke object, render line from that point and the previous point to the stroke buffer, and then mouse up, stroke ends, compose back onto the so render stroke buffer to thing, or to stamp, basically. Okay. So yeah, we're gonna have function start or like stroke start point vector 3, or I guess, yeah, there we'd have that. And yeah, we're gonna have stroke started, which actually doesn't need to do anything. Well, it kind of does. Yeah, we would need to then have a line, or like stroke, like that. And yeah, we'd set our composited stroke there. I'm going to call this stroke start. Yeah, because we just add it there, and then function stroke continue line, or let's point np, no, let's just say vector 3, or I guess vector 2. Yeah, yeah, and we'll have that do that, and then strokes dot, no, yeah, actually we're gonna do like var latest stroke. np paint stroke, that's going to return strokes size -1, or like get, there we are. Points append points. Okay. And then we're going to have signal line rendered. Element np terrain stamp. Actually, we don't even need to have this stuff here, because we know what the latest stroke is based on the element, because it keeps track of it itself. So we're going to have stroke started, stroke line rendered. Stroke finished. Stroke continued, emit self, and yeah, we don't need this at all. And then we just do function stroke finish, which will not have a point because we'll just consider that a continue. And then we will do basically just stroke finished commit self. Okay. So we need several things here. We need to create the opacity. Or we need to, yeah, we need to have this do something, this do something. Okay. NP terrain stamp. And then now we don't need this at all because this is going to be something else. Let's just close that for now. Because yeah, we're going to have this here be stroke started on stroke started. I wish it didn't just have like an error here because yeah, we only need to do okay, continued finished. Okay. I'll figure that stuff out later. And then, yeah, we don't need to have that at all. Well, we will. Function this enp terrain stamp pass. Sub compute strokes. Render strokes, and then this is now going to be strokes. And then this is going to be render stroke, which actually, you can't actually have multiple strokes on a thing, because that'd be, I guess that's fine for now. I'll figure out how to do that. Yeah, we're gonna do basically this except for okay. Just have that do that. And then here, oh wait, did I do it in add old? Oh yeah, old and add new, whatever the hell I did. Basically, yeah, remove this old crap. So old add element if this is that, line drawn, there we go. Okay, so stroke started. What we're going to do is we just need to have if e dot latest stroke. Oh no, let's say if e dot composited stroke. Or like, let's say not there. We're going to do create. How do we create? How the hell do we create things? So it's like result RID or result image render strokes that. Okay, we're gonna do renderer.start strokes. And actually, we should have this be create stroke buffer. I'm gonna say. And then we're going to have renderer.start stroke e. And this can actually be another 32-bit buffer, so we can just use our reset with the other compositing thing instead. Okay, that'd be fine. So yeah, we're gonna go to the renderer, so close other tabs. Or I guess for now, I might just write this out as if it exists, because this is correct. Yeah. And then we're going to do var line equals e dot latest stroke dot points. Or like, is that, and then var line equals p minus 2, or like, let's say from var 2 equals p. Actually, we don't even need that, because what we're going to need here is basically render line e dot composited stroke line, or like e dot latest stroke. Admittedly, we'd have we just have to have the thing like that. It wouldn't even matter. Okay, and then on stroke finished. Oh wait, that means that we don't actually need to do anything when the stroke is done, because we're already always doing it anyway. Yeah, because basically what we need to do here is, yeah, when we render the stroke. So yeah, render line, and then renderer dot render stroke e. We do it like that. And then render stroke. And then here we just do nothing. Because yeah, when we continue the stroke, we already need to do this anyway. How did what? How did I copy something and then pastes it before the thing that before my cursor, whatever. Okay. Whatever. So we don't even need to have this stroke finished signal. At least not for that part. Because yeah, we would only need that for when we do the other things. Okay. So let's get in those functions. So we need stroke create buffer. Create buffer e np terrain stamp pass. And actually that means we don't even need to have start lines because we need these ones. Well, I should have that still. Function start stroke. And then this would still be... Oh, actually, yeah, how would we do this, though? I guess we just do... For each one... We'd have to do on stroke started. Create stroke buffer stamp. Oh wait, no. We would just do on stroke started stamp And then, yeah, we would just have a full render stroke lines for p in stamp dot. Ooh. Actually, when we do this, we would need to have like a from, which is going to be p dot size -2, p dot size -1. And actually, we could be even lazier with this. I think I'd do that. Basically, index into this thing. Okay. So basically, the way that stroke render line or render stroke line would work is that we take our stamp and then we get an index into the result for the from and to lines. In fact, we don't even need this part because we can just do that. So we create stroke buffer, start stroke, and then function render stroke line, np terrain stamp start index 0, oh no, int pass function, this would be then render stroke e np terrain stamp. Oh wait, actually, this would also be tricky because we can't have, we would need to have basically a swap buffer for rendering the stamps. Yeah, we need to have two oh wait, no. Oh wait, yes, we would. Because if we want to have multiple stamps, we'd otherwise have to save into a result. Oh god, this is going to be horrible. And actually, we should probably have this be like the index of the stroke that we're rendering right now. Well, what I can do temporarily is we actually do need to have this, have a signal for finishing this thing, because we need to have the ability to then properly save the stroke into the buffer. Okay. Because yeah, we need to mouse up, stroke finishes. So what it would actually do is swap results with reading. Yeah, okay. Because yeah, now we would have, yeah, okay. It's going to be a lot of work. But yeah, for now, save result as stamp. Latest stroke. Actually, p in line dot points. Ooh. First of all, it'd be that. So yeah, we don't need to actually have anything here with that. We just need to have this. It'll be the S stroke. Or NP paint stroke. Because we actually need that there. Oh wait, no. We don't need that there. We need that here. The renderer needs to know that stroke has this S paint stroke. Okay. And then render stroke line. This also needs to have S as NP paint stroke. And that render to the buffer. And then here, when we render the stroke, this is also going to be S. Actually, no. That's not going to be that. Because that's going to just apply the stroke to our buffer. Yeah. And then we'd have to have function. Actually, we wouldn't have to have anything there because render stroke would do that. So on stroke finished e.latest stroke. Render stroke line would also have the same thing. And then this, doesn't this have the same thing? Yeah. S paint stroke. Quite complicated here. But then we'd have function on stroke finished. This would actually do oh, we would never actually need more than one stroke with this current system because there's no way to do that. Oh well. Basically, this would just do e.save, or I guess save element e, and then e dot strokes pop back. So yeah, we would just delete the latest stroke, append this stuff. Okay. I should have probably started with the UI for this. Because basically the plugin now, NP Terrain plugin here, we don't have this, so when we paint a line from a point to a point, we don't actually even need that. Because what we're going to do is we're going to have a var... How would we do this? When event is released, I guess we paint the line and then we finish stroke. Say if event is pressed, we're actually going to start a stroke here. So this is now going to be var stroke np paint stroke. So we're going to start a stroke at a global position. So when we localize the paint position, well, we will still need that. Start stroke or localize paint position. Okay, so paint line now is going to do something different. Are we going to have a function start stroke s? No, this would be point vector 2. Okay. If active object is np terrain stamp, var s equals np terrain stroke, or np paint stroke new. Creating a new stroke here. S dot points append start. S dot attenuation equals, so we have all this stuff here basically from exactly the same as we had before. Because now it applies to the whole stroke, except for start and end. We don't have those anymore. But we do have active object dot start or stroke start s. And then we don't need this at all, because now we'd have function draw, or like add point next vector 2. And yeah, again, this would be here where we'd have if that is that active object dot stroke continue next. Let's say add stroke point here. And so whenever we had paint line, this is now going to be that, and we don't even need to have this here. We're going to have that there. So if it's mouse motion, add stroke point, and then we're actually going to finish stroke, which I guess we're fine. Yeah, I'm fine with having that as a separate function there. So if distance paint position, this is actually going to be now stroke dot points stroke points size -1. Let's call this latest point. Add stroke point. Okay. And then we have that. And then we're going to do function finish stroke active object dot stroke finish. And actually, if active object is np terrain stamp. And actually, we don't even need to have our stroke up here. We just have it at our very initial point. Yeah, because we don't need that. Doesn't even return anything. And we're going to do here. What if we just have that in active stroke point? Or we just, yeah, we just have all this stuff here. In fact, we don't even need that at all, because we're not even going to bother with that. It's just going to do this here. And actually, let's do var l equals active object dot latest. Or no. Var l equals active object dot latest stroke dot let's say that. So yeah, we're going to add latest stroke dot points var p packed vector 2 array equals that p dot size -1, and then basically if next not equal to L, we'll do this. We won't add totally redundant points, but we will add some points. Okay. Okay, that should be good for adding the stroke point. And then what I'm going to do here is, for now, I might temporarily remove our height map thing. So if we, everywhere where we connect these stroke functions, I'm going to well, actually what I'm going to do is I'm just going to have like print stroke started. And then we're going to have this not do anything for now. And then we're going to actually... Nah, I'm not going to do that. And then, actually, we don't need this. Well, yeah, I'm fine with this. We save the element, and then we do that, and then we're going to do e dot stroke, or latest stroke dot points size. Okay. So what that should do is now we can close all that. Terrain, or test. So now the strokes will work very differently. Render stroke call. Too many arguments for rendered stroke. Is this stuff that all exists? Hang on. Okay, there we are. Non-existent function base new in function GD script, and that is 63. And that's because our terrain renderer is doing something wrong. Invalid access property 270. If renderer.heightmap out. Could not find NP terrain right. Okay. So now we don't need this right now, so we're just going to hide all this. So close that again, close all these, try this again. Okay. So let's go to this one first of all, because this one's much easier to work with because it doesn't have the flickering from the multiple renderings. Well, neither of them will have it, but eventually they might. And actually, why do I need this group here? Just delete that. Okay. Stroke has that many points, and it should have... that many points. There we go. Okay, 38 points. Invalid access to point lines. Where are we doing that? Oh, we're doing that here. And strokes is empty. And actually, when we finish the stroke, we just have to pop it back and then save it. Because otherwise it would enter like a recursive loop. Okay, stroke has 47 points. So you can see here, these strokes would have a lot of points. Okay, so now the next step is to actually start rendering these strokes. So yeah, when we start the stroke, when we create the stroke buffer, first of all, result image, and then also let's do if E is np terrain stamp, if E dot composited stroke, free rd E dot composited stroke. Perfect. So sampler uniform from result image, start lines. Where do we do this? Is it in here actually? If not, result image. Huh? Then who does this? Then who was phone? So, result image, GPU free. Oh, okay, here we are. When we start the lines originally, so now we don't have start lines. That doesn't exist anymore. We're going to create the stroke buffer. Oh, wait, no. I think we need both of these, actually. If E dot stroke buffer. I guess we do the exact same thing. We just create two of these. Except no, this one needs to be empty. Which we can actually do by doing this, I believe. Actually, I'm going to have that there, and I'm going to do if not E stroke. No, actually, yeah, you know what? This is correct. If E stroke buffer, GPU free RID stroke buffer. So yeah, we create the stroke buffer there. Which actually I'm remembering now, we need to do this in a work queue. Create stroke buffer bind E. Because that does that. And then when we start the stroke, do we actually need to do anything here, I'm realizing? Other than, because we created the buffer now. Oh, we do need to actually clear the buffer, but wait, no, but we literally do that here. Oh, wait, but we only do that if we don't have a stroke buffer. Yeah, because we do that or, let's say or not e.result image. We'll just do that. Terrain render, what's the issue here? Oh, right. What am I looking for? There we go, okay. We don't need that right now. Actually, what the heck am I... Oh yeah, I have a bunch of stuff here. I have a good idea. Get my notes again. We have 5 billion notes again. I always have notes. I always have just random things. What is this? Oh yeah, that was the PAX submission. Which also, I did not have time to edit together a video, so I literally just had like 6 minutes of completely zero commentary gameplay that wasn't even edited. It was supposed to be like the introduction, and then I would like show the rest of the game, but I didn't have any time. I had like 15 minutes left until the deadline. And I realized that my video was going to take 30 minutes to render. So I just had to get one of the random clips and put it in there. So hopefully that demonstrates the game well enough. But okay, start stroke. So I think here... I think we genuinely don't need to do anything. So I'll just pass that for now. And then we're going to do a basically mix. We're going to do the line mix again. But this time, line mix. This one is going to be slightly different. Because we're going to get S as NP terrain stamp, and then I as, or like start as int, so var from equals s dot points start, and 2 equals s dot points start plus 1. And then everywhere here, actually, let's call this stroke. And all of these are going to be that. So this is actually going to be start.x or from.x. And this will be 2. So this shader is almost exactly the same, except I just realized the resulting thing there will be different. But okay. So now our output uniform is actually going to be not this. We need 2 uniforms now. Wait, no, we don't. Do we? Yeah, we do. This is going to be composited stroke. Now, I think we only need one here, where we rent line mix. So stroke points, stroked up points start, stroked up points end. No, it does. Oh, wait, no. NP paint stroke. Okay. So yeah, this is almost identical, except when we create stroke buffer, we actually need to have this be an R32 S float. And our stroke, when we go to shaders, line, this will not actually be a height map. This will be R32F opacity. And we will also subtract the distance from the point when we mix it here. Oh, and actually here, we'll also do an add. So image load opacity dot coordinates plus line dot color. And actually line dot color dot A times factor. Let's say that. That's fine. So for now, this will be basically exactly the same as it was, except for... Yeah. Our to-do will be to subtract the distance from here. Which could be... Let's see. Float distance from point back to coordinates. Vec2. Let's just say distance between. A, B. Okay. Oh wait, but wait, we don't even need this because it's just the length. It's just the length. What we do need though is we need to now have this thing here. So clamp 1 minus distance radius line dot attenuation. This will be our get factor. Or like get weight distance. Float get weight. Float distance. Because we're actually going to do get weight distance minus get weight length coordinates minus line start. Wait, no, that's not quite right. Because yeah, as I said, we need to actually get image load minus this. Okay, I see. And we can actually just have this be... Well, I guess this is fine as line A times factor. Okay. A thing that I need to do. I need to clamp. Image load this minus vec4 line.color.a. So this is going to be our var. So this is actually going to be a line.color.a times get weight distance factor. And this will actually be a max of this and vec40. So anything that's less than 0, well, they're all going to be the same number, so who gives a shit? Plus vec4 factor. Okay. So basically what this should do is we get our opacity. Or no, we store at these coordinates. We subtract the opacity of the first distance here. Wait, hang on. This is not quite right. This needs to be our float start factor equals line color a get weight length of coordinates minus line start. And then this needs to be start factor 0 plus that. Okay, there we are. So basically we subtract the opacity at that point down to 0, but we don't go lower than that. And then we add our current opacity. So this should basically undo the effects of doubling up those overlapping points. So the strokes will always be level-ish. Because yeah, at least they won't have the doubling up points. There is still the issue of, for things that are like not on the pixel grid, they'll be uneven. I'll have to figure that out. But okay, that should kind of work there. And then we should have another thing, which I can ignore for now. But render line stroke, this should now be work queue, append, line mix, bind, es start index. And then when we render the stroke, we will then have to do, we actually don't even need this. Because yeah, for now, yeah, we don't need that. Yeah, on stroke continued, we will then clear that. Render stroke E. This will just get the stroke buffer. Get weight. Okay, so that's all good. Because then what we need is kind of like the image mix. It's going to be now a stroke mix. Because yeah, we have our sampler 2D. So we're going to have two images here. Uniform read only. And we actually don't need that at all. So yeah, binding 0, 1, image 2D. This is going to be our F. And is this is our G32F. Our output image. This is going to be stamp. Stroke opacity. Write only. Well, no, this is that is something that we have to read and write from. And we don't need actually any of this, because we're going to have a stroke. We actually do need something much more like this. Except we don't need start and end. We just need the color. Actually, we don't even need that. We don't even need that. We just need the color. And we don't need the cubic, this, that. We didn't actually need very much of this at all, because we're literally just going to be doing an image store. And this is just going to be a mix, or like get this, so coordinates that. So stamp at coordinates. We will then image, or we will mix, image load, stamp coordinates, stroke color, stroke opacity, image load, stroke opacity, coordinates, because these are the same size image. Okay. That means we don't need that, and we should have that there. Okay. Okay. Stroke mix. So what's the issue here? Undeclared identifier stroke opacity, because opacity. There we go. It's nice that I can kind of freehand these shaders now. But okay, so that means that for this one, we need to go back to here. Yet more shaders. This will be stroke shader. Shaders. What is it called? Stroke mix GLSL. And I still call this one draw line height. Yeah, that's fine. Actually, now this isn't a draw line height. This is draw line opacity. I'm going to call it that. Draw line. So line mix opacity. Hopefully I saved that. Yeah, okay. So yeah, line mix opacity. And now we can use this line shader for actually any output that we want, for like RGBA and stuff like that. Because what we'll mix instead will change this texture, or we'll change this shader for any painting operations. Because this is the one that has to be, you know, it has to change this output format to whatever we have in like the Vec4 and stuff. And actually I'm realizing here we don't even need to have, oh, I guess we could have it. Basically, this alpha here doesn't really need to be here. But I guess I'll keep it as it is. Opacity size. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, so then when we render stroke, we're going to do work q.append image mix. Ooh, this is going to be tricky, actually. Well, no. Yeah, because it's not quite this. Because our other image mixes, they just take the source and target. Yeah, okay, so that won't be quite what we need. We're just going to do stroke mix And this will be E and then dot compositor. Let's say E dot result image, E dot composited stroke. And then when we go up to here, we're going to have function stroke mix. And that'll be like our source, or no, our RGB, whatever it is. And let's say stroke shader. And actually, I'm going to change the name of this to stroke height shader. Stroke mix. Because this one now needs to be height. Okay. Stroke mix source, RID, target, RID, or no, opacity. And then let's say color. Color. Pass. Or no, let's say target. So now this is going to be... Oh, wait, no, we do need the shader as well. So we're going to do E dot target. Or no, E dot... We do need the stroke here. And we actually don't need this at all. Yeah, because I think we're just going to have this ES stroke height shader. Okay. That's what I want. So we're going to have the target there. Then we're going to have the stroke, which is going to be NP paint stroke. And then we're going to have the opacity. No, I'm stupid. Hang on. I just realized we do need this to be like that. And then we need shader. Alrighty. And then, yeah, this still needs to have dot color or result image E dot stroke or composited stroke, S dot color, stroke height shader. Okay. That looks good. However, the core issue is we actually need to write to a different buffer as our result. Because this still needs to be a read-only source. And then we need a write-only destination. And we'll just have that be 2. And we'll just do image store destination source. What? Oh yeah, I see. Stroke mix height. Because yeah, basically we need a work in progress result image. Let's say just like, yeah, NP terrain element is now going to have another resulting thing. Go back to height map. No, go back to stamp. This is going to be var working image already. Ugh. Or let's say original. Yeah, so create stroke buffer. Because, yeah, we need to be able to update the stroke and then render to a texture. without having to like constantly save the texture to a file. So if E result image, if E dot working, what is this? What did I call it? Original image. Let's call it that. So actually, we're going to call this just original image, because we're going to do the same here with this for the result image. Actually, what we can do is e.result image equals e.original image. So we just flop these around. Okay, that seems fine. So original equals the result. Or the result equals the original, or something. I need to think about this quite carefully. Basically what we have is we have 3 images. So we have our original image, which is some sort of height map like this, you know, whatever. And then we have a stroke image, which let's say it has like, you know, it has whatever we painted there. And then we have a result. So our result will be these two added together. Okay. And so we should not destroy the result image. Because basically now... Well, actually, I guess it's okay to destroy the resulting image. Okay, yeah, so let's simplify this to just back to what it was, where it's like, you know, there's the original image, then it's deleted, and then this has that. And then the result image gets an empty image because we don't need to have that do what it's doing. So here, when we create the stroke buffer, the original image is a copy of the image we have. The resulting image is just an empty image, and so is the stroke buffer. And then what we're going to do is we're just going to render the result. And so that's all fine. And then we're going to do exactly as we do before, where we render the stroke here, which actually needs to have e.latest stroke. On stroke continue, we save the elements, we do that. And eventually what we can do is then change this so that this is the result, or so that this becomes the original buffer eventually. But we don't need to do that right now, because we can just save to an image, and then the next time we draw a stroke, it just creates another copy of these 3 buffers. Render stroke line, and we actually do need to finish. No, we don't need to finish that, because we can just have that still there. And then when we go to height map, or yeah, when we clear result image, if not e-result image, So if E or not, and not that is empty, it's very complex. We're gonna do on, no, we're gonna do renderer dot render stroke line. Stamp line E, and actually we're going to rename this, as you might imagine, stroke, or we're going to call this line. Okay, there we go. And then what we can do is stamp strokes clear. And we will render free result. For q.append free results. Okay, if e.result image. If e composited stroke. If e dot original image. There we go. Okay. So I believe I've done everything I need. So basically, when we click, we create a stroke. And then when we release the mouse, that should then save the stamp as what it is. So we can close this now. Text 2 again. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to set this to green. Not quite. That's because there's an invalid property on NP Paint Stroke. Renderer 402. Okay, so some pretty simple bugs it seems, yeah, because this is supposed to be, oh right, because this is supposed to be eye size. Right, simple renaming issue. Try again. A little closer. Oh, but we don't have the actual stroke buffer rendering. Invalid property stroke buffer on base object of type node 3D NP terrain stamp. Stroke buffer. Okay, so this is supposed to be composited stroke. Okay, I'm realizing we also don't have the, yeah, we have nothing that's rendering here. So if we then go to, let's see, start stroke, render stroke line, render stroke. So when we stroke mix here, we need to do, var input. Let's see. Yeah, let's say opacity equals image uniform opacity 0. Var source equals image uniform ooh. Okay. So we need e dot original image, result image, stroke composited color, height shader, and then we come back to here. Okay, source 1. Oh, right. We need, I don't know, just call this fucking P target, P source, P etc. Okay. Source to target opacity, and then we would have, var push constant equals packed byte array. Push resize 16 bytes because we just need to do encode float for and then we just need what 8 12 for blue and alpha. And then we're going to do var uset, uniform set create, shader. Add job shader, uset. Oh, right. We need the size of the image here. You know, we can just do the stroke for now. So we're just going to do E, NP terrain, stamp, S shader, no, S, NP paint, stroke, shader, RID. And so now what we have here is like E dot original, no, S, or no, E dot composite stroke, E dot original image, E dot result image. And then we get all that, and then this is going to be s.color.rgb. And then this is going to be e.size, or whatever. What else do we need? Push constants. Uniform set create, shader set, int. Oh, right. And that's going to be 0. I don't know the difference between shader sets and bindings, but that's okay. Okay, and then when we stroke mix, we actually just do E and S with the shader. And eventually we can figure out some other better way of doing that if we really want to, where I can have, like, you know, RGBA values or something. But we shouldn't generalize until we actually need to generalize, you know? Okay, so now render, so like, whatever the heck we had. We should be able to mix the paint strokes because it's a very simple shader. All we need to do, get our 3 images, get the constants. Okay. Try this again. If we go there, invalid call to stroke mix callable expected 3 arguments. And that's because if we go down to here, we do, it's even simpler than I thought. So it kind of worked. No, I mean, it didn't work at all, obviously, but Oh, because... Oh, you know, we are writing to the stroke image, right? So if we come back into here... So our target is this result image, which is that. Which if we double check here, binding to destination. Destination, so we store at that image, at these coordinates, whatever we loaded from the source, mixed with the color of the stroke with the opacity that it is at. Then if we come to opacity here, we have this opacity. This does mean we can't have multicolored brushes, but I'm fine with that for, yeah, I think I'm fine with that for a terrain editor. I don't think we need that. Okay. Distance from line, get weight, distance from that. So where are we going wrong then? How would I even test? I guess I could just do, like, image store vec4 or we just image load stroke opacity coordinates. So if we close that, reopen, render it again, not quite. Invalid call non-existent function size on base image. interesting. So that line 420. Oh, get size. Wait, why is it working now? Wait, and now it's not even like image.size? Wait, what? So now it's not even like doing the right thing. Okay. So at the very least, it did something. It didn't do much, and that's because, presumably, because I haven't actually like reset this variable. Okay, so put this back as mix source and coords, and actually that means the coordinates need to be reset. So if we go to start stroke here, we actually need to have something here. We do need to reset this. Work Q append reset. So shader buffer. Do we need this shareable texture here? No, we just need a local texture. Alrighty. Okay. Uniform set create uniform shader 0. Add job shader size, append, clear, whatever that is. Okay. So that means when we reset here, we're going to do E dot composited stroke or reset shader, whatever this is. Because this is just a depth reset. Oh wait, no, dot bind. There we go. And so whenever we call reset with something else here... Wait, where else do we call reset? Reset shader height map out. Okay, so these two. Everywhere we call reset, local. I think that's what it is. Okay. So basically what was happening is this is not initialized to anything. I think that's the issue. So if we brush this again, so image binding 0 should be one ID referencing a texture, ID provided 0. Or IDs provided 0. Okay. So image uniform. Buffer local. Composited stroke, original image, result image. Render, okay, no, that's not our thing there. Uniform set is null. Binding 1, index 0. Binding 0. Texture is not a valid texture. So all of these should be called before we call that. So when we create a stroke buffer, or these buffers here, so we free the RID of that, and then we create a local texture, and that has the data here. And what we might need to do we need to create anything here? So when we do texture create, so if we provide the data, so note, data takes an array of packed byte arrays for texture type 1D and blah. This data should be one element for array and cube. The length should be the same number as that. Not to be confused with rendering server texture 2D create, which creates the Godot specific texture 2D resource. So do we need to have these here? I think we do, actually. I think we do need to have, when we create a texture, I don't think this can be optional. Wait. No, okay. We can, yeah, okay, we can have it out. So yeah, that's correct. That's perfectly fine then. Let's have this, what if we render all, or redraw? So that works. So, what is happening now? What does this mean? HSV linear. Oh, interesting. So yeah, it's getting garbage. So it's getting some sort of uninitialized variables there. So when we reset, so RD local texture. So when we do reset bind, reset shader, composited stroke here, is that because we need to create the stroke buffer? Oh no, we do that. And actually, I do want to name that stroke buffers. Because yeah, basically we wipe all these. I'm just going to check if I just mix or put these here like that. Oh wait, no. That's not going to work because these are R32. So yeah, we would need zeros anyway. Maybe composited stroke or result image also needs to be refreshed, so we could just do this with results image. Very interesting. Because yeah, I think you can still see the like lines and ellipses and stuff. So binding 0 should be, or should provide one ID referencing texture. ID is provided 0. So parameter use is null. Texture 1, index 0 is not a valid texture. Now, I wish it had, like, a stack trace. That's kind of a nice thing about errors in most, like, things. Is that it'll just give you a stack trace of the thing that causes the error. I suppose what we can do is we can check what's causing the error by just not having these, first of all. Pass here, and then pass here. So now it should literally just create the buffer. Image binding ID should reference a texture. Oh, okay, but now stroke started stroke is that. Yeah, obviously now the issue is going to be the fact that they don't, like, reset. Oh wait, but the result image can't use the reset shader because it's invalid. No, so we can't have that there. Okay. So that was part of the issue, but clear that, okay. So this is our main issue. Yeah, so now we're back to, like, rendering basically text from the game. I think it's parts of the UI, which is interesting. I didn't even know it saved those as like textures. But okay, stroke started, so image binding 0 should provide one ID referencing a texture. ID's provided 0. So I believe that's when we do image uniform. Local texture, buffer.local. Wait, actually, where would that even be happening? Because we aren't running any textures anymore. Oh, we are. Reset. So somehow this isn't working. And also this should be a shader, no, height. Stroke height shader is one of our shaders to free. So binding 0 should provide one ID referencing a texture. Uniform set is null. So if we go to reset or start stroke, if we just clear this and pass here, then we should not be having any errors. Okay. So now what's happening is it creates the buffers. It uses uninitialized memory for the result image, which makes perfect sense. And then what we could do, we could actually copy the... Wait a second, I just realized why this is happening. That's one issue. The composited stroke is different in format from this one. In fact, we should have these like clearly delineated. Okay. So yeah, original and same are the same format. So yeah, now we can see at least, okay, and then that works better because, okay. So now at least we don't have that breaking. And then we should be able to do this. Because there's no reason that shouldn't work. Huh? Why did that... Okay. Really confusing. Because, like, why does it not... Why is it only when we created it? So, binding 0 should provide... So, like, why does this not work? Or why does this work? So, image binding 0 should provide one ID referencing a texture. Dispatch amount of X compute groups is 0. So when we reset bind here, print resetting texture %d. Oh wait, I just realized I have no idea. Oh, this size needs to be different. The size equals vector 2i dot 0. So if not the size equals size. So here we actually need to do e.image.size. Get size. Because we're not using a standard image. Okay. That at least doesn't like blow it up and corrupt it. So clear that again. Okay. Binding should provide one ID referencing texture blah. Uniforms are never provided for set 0 at time of drawing, which is required by the pipeline. They were. So IDs provided 0. Why were they not set? So if we go back to this again, we have a local texture here. And then we create a uniform with the shader. We add that to the uniform set. So why would this one not work? Is it because this format is different? So if we go back to my reset, R32F, set 0, binding 0, write only image to data. Okay. Also, do we need to do this? Like, can we just, now that I've fixed the other issues, can we just, like, work on these two, maybe? Let's try that. So, it's a little funky. I feel like there's something wrong with the, like, stride of it or something. Weird thing is also supposed to be saving the element here. So if we go back to the height map... Oh, but save element doesn't do anything anymore. Because, yeah, it's actually supposed to do if... So, yeah. And e.result image. We're actually going to do that now. So, yeah, we're actually going to do, like, this... Okay, so now we can see it's actually quite fast to edit this, so that's not that big a deal. Because yeah, it's literally saving the image every single time we do that, which isn't the best thing to do, but that's what it does right now. Because what it should actually do is it should swap the buffers, basically, and say, like, one of them, you know, the original image is now the result image, and then clear the result image. But okay. So now we have this. So we have our garbage here. And it's been obliterated and stuff. And so now the real challenge is figuring out why the hell it happened. You know, why the hell this happened. So if we go back to here, when we start the stroke, do we need to reset this? No, that doesn't make any sense. Yeah, let's try this again, where we just get the opacity here. Because that should tell us something. Okay. So this is our opacity, kind of. Except... Okay. We're at least getting some new stuff here. Binding 0 should provide 1 ID. What happens if we do both of these? Okay, so this which one is the error then? I don't even faintly understand. So okay, let's go back to this one. So E NP stamp. So our output is the composited stroke. Okay, that's correct. And then our, get the line shader here. Line mix opacity here. This should be okay, that's R32F, that's correct. And here we have that as R32, RG32, RG32. And then we have that here somewhere. When we create stroke buffers, we do R32, G32, and then R32. What if it's just an issue with, like, Godot is in a bad state? What if I just need to reset? I don't think that's true at all. Okay, but we do have... Oh, wait. Project settings, plugins, turn that on, turn that off. Okay. We have an interesting image here, though. So if I were to paint on this with, yeah, let's try yellow. Okay. Some more interesting stuff in here. But yeah, literally what image is going wrong? Okay, that makes sense. But then if we wanted to do this one, for example. Okay, and we can see that the image is nonsense because, of course it is. Yeah, because this image means nothing. Yeah. Wait, I'm seeing some of it. Okay. So yeah, it seems to be very much the opacity is just wrong here. But okay, so when we image load stroke opacity coordinates, we get that. Which is actually very strange because it's just... It should be just setting a vector 4 here. Like, this should not... Oh, it's red because, Why would it be red, though? Like, because it's a... Don't we get a vector 4 here, and it's going to be... I guess it does make sense. Okay. Because it does know that it's an R30. Like, it knows that it's R32. And so it just loads the red channel and then sets the others to black. So we can see that it's kind of doing what it's supposed to do. We can see here vaguely that it writes into this shader correctly at points, but frequently not. And for some reason, the actual result image is also corrupted. Might be because these are all nan or something. Or if we did like, oh wait, we need to have, hang on, if we go paint settings, okay. It's because this is also a, no height map. Okay, but I think now we can try this again. So if we go back into here, don't save. Test 2. So now we have... We should be getting like green or like yellow in here eventually. Let's switch to green just manually. What am I missing here? Because yeah, you can see our opacity completely fails. But what am I missing with the opacity? Composited stroke. Are we freeing it at some point? Maybe we are. Hang on. If not composited stroke or not e-result buffer, create stroke buffers. In fact, we would need to do this every time, right? On stroke started. Would we need to do this every time? I think we kind of do. We can still kind of see the values there. But now the issue is, we should be mixing this stroke color, which is not at all looking correct. What if we just set this equal to stroke color? Then we close this, and then we just paint it. And then it should be all equal to green. Okay. So that's correct there. So then why is it not set to the thing that it's supposed to be, though? Because, yeah, we paint and it does something funky, and then it does that. The big issue as well is the fact that it's not, is the fact that it's turning black as well. Which was explicitly a thing that I was trying to fix with all of my crap that I did. Okay, well at least that kind of works, because if we change this to like blue there, we can see that it changes to a different color, which is awesome. Admittedly, it is... Oh, wait. Yeah, okay. Because it's RGBF, or, you know, RGF, it's not going to have a blue channel. Okay. So now the big issue is, why does it look like this? This isn't at all what it's supposed to look like. If we go to the actual height map here, what are the issues that we're seeing? So, like, the holes here. Topology, height map, normals. If we go to, like, NV height map 2 holes, like this, okay, that's black, good. And this is what the height map actually looks like. Oh, wait, no. Hang on. What if we save this? Interesting. Why are there so many holes in it? Who put these holes in it? We're not even rendering to holes. There should be no holes at all. Because yeah, if we redraw, there's no holes. Who's putting these holes in it? Maybe it's because we're not maybe it's because we didn't draw the holes at all? Is it that simple? It's just because we didn't refresh the holes and that's why it was all messed up? And then if we put this back as it was, and then we close this and reset it, and then it'd be good again? So it seems like what could be happening is we have to redraw and then save files. And then we come back to the stamp, and then we can like paint, you know, yellow here, for example. And then that should be doing something, except it's not. Stroke has 134 points. Wait, okay. I am seeing things here. Okay. So we are getting some points in here. One issue is that they're not at the correct transform somehow. Wait, actually, the more confusing element is why are they like... Hang on. What even is happening here? So if I just drag from here to here... What does any of this mean? What is this stuff? I guess it's because it's slightly lower than it was before, so if we went to like a different color, like just flat green, okay. We can see some things happening in here. But like, hang on, what if we export these? Just so, oh wait, no, we can't export those because those aren't things that we can actually see. Yeah, absolutely incomprehensible what's happening. I just don't get it. Because I'm trying really hard to understand what would the issue be? What did I change that would cause this? Because basically, instead of rendering to... What I changed was, instead of rendering a series of lines to the result buffer, I now render a series of lines to this opacity buffer. And then I mix that opacity buffer with an original image to get a result buffer. And somehow that's fucked up like every single aspect of this project. Or like of this painting system. You know, because we can see now, like, look at that. I'm painting, first of all, I'm painting in the wrong area. Which doesn't make any sense at all. Is that because the size here, so when we do image get size, what would we be doing that would be different? Because yeah, we just get the size here, and then we get the coordinates the same way that we've always gotten the coordinates. And these coordinates should be localized, so if we go back to the height map, so let's see, get status, get checkout B, so like improved lines. Get diff, Say we've changed it from height to opacity, and we've added that extra shader. And then here, when we do the reset function, is it because we changed... I think I'm going to check the reset function, because maybe it wasn't actually the local texture, it was like the other texture. No, okay, it was definitely the local texture. And what we've changed, if not p size, yeah, we also have the ability to set the size of the image now. So then we do image equals image uniform local texture 0. Uniform set, we create the texture there, and then we set, you know, we specify the size. Okay, so that's the same. And then we set, yeah, those resets are there. When we start the lines, now what we do is we create these stroke buffers. And what that does is, what this did before was it just created these result images. And now what it does is it gets two things. It gets the original image, it gets a result image. The result image no longer needs this data. And then it gets a composite stroke. which is a 32-bit red channel, like single channel texture that's the same size as our raw image. And then when we start the stroke, we do nothing. When we render the stroke, because actually, let's double check that rendering. So if we start the stroke here. Okay, and that still somehow triggers an error, even though there's no possible fucking way that this extremely simple process that I've done for all of the other textures wouldn't work. Unless there's some assumption that I'm making that I don't understand here. But I just don't see it. Also, are we freeing the resources properly? So on stroke end. Or like end stroke finish complete. What the hell am I doing here? Complete stroke. Oh wait, no, but we already re-render the whole terrain anyway. So this should do exactly what I need to do. Yeah, because then we call deferred there. Yeah, and it somehow... So this clearly seems to indicate to me the texture is just totally wrong. Like, the texture is just configured totally wrong. It's sampling it in the wrong place. Because I didn't change any of the logic of the plugin, did I? I can double check that logic. Yeah, we added that shader there. We added the new thing, stroke mix, which should be extremely simple. We renamed a bunch of stuff in the line mix function. But basically that should work more or less the same. Because yeah, the only difference is instead of rendering to our result image, we render to that composited stroke image. And then, yeah, what is different? What is different about the composited stroke that makes it impossible to reset? Hang on. Why? Wait, what? What the hell is this stuff? Where is this? Oh, I see. Okay. It just put this there. Okay. I see. This is where that is. Okay, that makes sense. We're just freeing that in the appropriate place. So I'm also going to double check the plugin UI. So that would be editor. No, maybe plugin. So what did we change here? Because I'm thinking maybe I changed one of these positions incorrectly. No, they still have the localized position there. And then, is there any difference? So when we add the stroke point, let's double check this stuff. So from, oh. Okay, so half of it was this. So when we go to, let's go back to our plugin. So that was one of the issues. From equals this, to equals that. Actually, why isn't that just in the localized position? Local paint position, this stuff. Oh, I guess because then we'd need to have the other things there. Okay, so when we add point, add stroke point. for s equals active object image get size, and then we're going to add active point stroke continue next plus s divided by 2. Right now. Next plus equals s divided by 2. Also, it's not quite up to snuff. It can't figure out that this means that it's a terrain stamp. And actually, I'm realizing, oh, I see, okay. That makes sense. Okay, and then start, is there anything else that I needed here that I didn't have? I think that's fine, except we need this here as well now, so this is going to be... So size start plus equals size divided by 2. Okay, so that'll help a little bit with this. What happened now? Unable to parse vector 2 and vector 2i for assignment operator. Jesus fucking Christ. Plot that. There we go. Then we should be able to do this. Get our stamp back. Paint it. Okay, can I, like, make this work? If I paint over here... Oh, wait, no. We need lower, because it's already, like, red or green or whatever. Okay. So that fixes the size issue. It does not fix the flickering issue, and it doesn't fix our, like, partially corrupted image issue. I think part of it is, actually, a huge portion of it might actually be the, null maps here. So these holes aren't correct. Also, wait, I just realized these aren't even, like, set up properly, are they? No, I guess they are. Yeah, okay, these are set up correctly. Okay. So now it works, I guess? Except for the fact that now it turns black, which is horrible. Because that was entirely, like, a thing that we didn't have before, that now we do. So, yeah, now the other bug is, if you don't have any holes, the holes are gone. So how do we fix this, then? Also, can I get this working a little bit, Well, actually, let's test some things now. So I can at least test if the fall-off works nicely. So we can do, like, yeah, some partial transparency here would work fine. I think the big issue is that I'm seeing no, discernible... Huh. I'm seeing no discernible fall-off, which is an issue. So what if we change this fall-off to be bigger? Yeah, because now it seems like it's just 100% totally flat. And also now it's not working. What if we just change this to 100%? Yeah, now it just doesn't seem to be working at all. Or maybe it is, and it's just kind of doing some utterly bizarre thing. Okay. I see. Interesting. Yeah, so we can see here this texture still reset. So if we go back to reset, or start stroke here, that still isn't right. And that's very concerning because that tells me a bunch of stuff is wrong. Also, the height maps, yeah, okay. So they're getting a little bit worse, I'd say. I think something here is probably Nan. Which I don't even think, that doesn't even seem possible. How do I even do this? How do I manage this? I can't do it. Well, 3 strikes. I failed all 3 objectives today. Get status, get add dot. Wait, didn't I? Okay. Yeah, because I can't work on it too much more. But alright. That was something. I'll have to figure out why that one particular fucking shader, or that one particular texture, doesn't seem to want to be reset. Because it's literally just a shader that writes black to it. But oh well, whatever. I'll be back on tomorrow with more Kitty Found a Camera probably. And I should double check to make sure that the Steam demo is on track. But alright, thanks for watching. I'll see you later.